Holy gamers. All right, someone just sent in a donation with a link to a deck list on this website. And I saw they had a tier list updated for February 2025. And I'm putting together a tier list video for tomorrow or Thursday. So I was curious to see. And oh man, what a tier list. This is updated for this month. This is not old. This is updated. Yeah, I mean, like, nothing being S tier aside, like, a lot of people just, like, always start their first tier in S because they're dumb. But, like, Pachirisu, Pikachu, and Mewtwo Gardevoir in the top tier, and Executor EX is the third tier down. I often wonder why there's so much pocket content that gets so many clicks. I just like completely, it's like, that's not right at all. It's just like so many people just have no idea. Yeah, Golem and Arcanine. Golem and Arcanine are above Executor. Oh my goodness, I missed the Dragonite was in the same tier as Executor. Oh no. Oh man, Scolipede Wheezing. Meta Terror. Scolipede Wheezing. Stronger than Executor. Oh my goodness. Sorry, I just wanted to laugh with this publicly with all of you before. What's below that's true too. What's below the Dragonite tier? So what's the bottom? All right, I mean all the things at the actual bottom here are really bad. All the things at the actual bottom here are pretty bad. And these aren't real decks, yeah. There's some pretty not real decks in B here though. Rhyperior, solidly B. Oh yeah, where was Charizard? Was Charizard in here somewhere? Oh, Charizard is in the same tier as Dragonite. That makes, yes, Charizard is in the same tier as Dragonite. Excellent. Good quality data-driven tier list here. I was jamming with the Palkia Magnezone list from your 70% roundup, and it's been a blast. Hey, I'm glad you're having fun with that. When you're looking at what might be the worst Pokemon Pocket tier list I've ever seen, which is saying something, because I've seen some bad ones. Or this is, by the way, this is what we're gonna play in the tournament this afternoon. And before anybody asks, yes, we are playing it in park, so I get to name the deck Bugs Bunny. But I also like won a bunch of games with it last night off stream, and it seems good from a game theory perspective. So I'm sure we're gonna die horribly, but I'm gonna say I tried it at least. Okay. Off stream, yes, I am so cripplingly addicted to Pokemon Pocket. I play it in my free time off stream as well. If you want, in case anyone was wondering how much I play this game, we streamed for 7 hours yesterday or whatever, and then I also played more on my own time off stream. We're starting with this morning as our first viewer deck submission. Oh, that's the wrong scene. Thanks for our resubs this morning. Appreciate it. The Mad Chicken coming in hot for the 28 months. Exacto, thank you for the 20 months. Cranky Day, really been enjoying the Pokemon streams and video. The breadth of deck coverage is always great. Thanks for the half a year. Welcome back. Failed Destiny, coming in hot for almost a year and a half. And the real Dr. Destroyer with that super generous tier 2 for the 5.5 years. All right, what are we doing? I've had a few more deck submissions come in. So Rad, I got yours. You're the one that led me to that funny tier list. So I've got a Garchomp deck for you. I love to play Mr. Chomp. Mewtwo Magnezone. Unironically, I'm kind of into it. I think trying to explore with Mewtwo is actually really underexplored right now. I think it's definitely the case that Mewtwo Gardevoir from last season is bad, but I would not be surprised if there is a re-imaged Mewtwo EX deck that's good somewhere in this metagame. So I got the Mewtwo Magnezone. I would love to play Wake. Speaking of, I would love to play Mismagius Mewtwo. If you want to hit me with that, thank you for the submission. Mismagius Mewtwo sounds like yeah, Aston, if you have a link on a community site or if you're in the Discord, you can show up in my Discord DMs. That works too. All right, let's hop into a game this morning, huh? Start with some Manaphy gaming. I've got 4 deck submissions waiting, so we'll probably take, let's say I'll take 2 more. I think 6-ish is usually what we get through in the day when we're playing a tournament. So if you'd like to submit something, there's links pinned above each of the chats. It's a $10 tip for Twitch subs or YouTube members, or a $20 tip if you're not a supporter. We always play things for at least 20 minutes on stream. But if things are reasonable and fun, we usually play them quite a bit longer than that. Yes, Medius, it's a tip to send in a deck submission. Do you think the deck building / competitive depth of this game is more interesting than Marvel Snap? I think Pokemon Pocket is a far more competitive game than Marvel Snap. Marvel Snap doesn't really have any really competitive aspects to it. It's a fun game with interesting gameplay a lot of the time, but it's not remotely competitive. And Pocket's super competitive. There's a tournament for Pokemon Pocket, multiple of them 7 days a week. We're gonna open on Misty here. Then we can steal this first energy advantage back. Unlucky. Actually, you know what? I'm probably not supposed to play these out on one because I get tempoed Sabrina now. As far as deck building depth goes in Pocket, I would say like pound for pound, Pocket and Snap have similar amounts of deck building depth when you look at the game from an overall top level. Like they're both good deck building games. However, as someone who enjoys competitive brewing and building off meta decks, I think Pocket's traditional card releases where we get a bunch of cards at once is a lot more rewarding and satisfying as a deck builder. Hey, look, it's the Tempo Sabrina I failed to play around. We deserve to get absolutely dumpstered by this. So there was no way they were ever going to kill my Manaphy on their turn. So I should not have played my bench Pokemon out, so that way they couldn't Sabrina and pull my Manaphy back to the bench. That is a pretty large mistake on my part here. It means I missed my Manaphy attack this turn, which is a huge deal. I'm down 2 energy because of a mistake that I identified shortly after I made my play on turn 1. We hit Leaf, so I get to shuffle this with Leaf next turn, but Leaf is a supporter, so I can't play it after Professor's research here. I don't think so something that a lot of people kind of misidentify or incorrectly understand is that a game's systems don't inherently decide if that game is a competitive game or not. Like, people literally play rock, paper, scissors competitively. So when I say Marvel Snap is not really a competitive game and Pokemon Pocket is, it has nothing to do with the gameplay. Whether or not a game is competitive has 100% to do with the community around it. And Pokemon, and specifically Pokemon TCG, have incredibly competitive communities. They have a big Worlds tournament every year for a bunch of different games in the IP, and that's why we've seen this incredible range of community tournaments pop up around Pocket, because Pokemon players are used to having competitive stuff for the games that they play. And that's a very common misunderstanding. They're like, oh, this game's not competitive or it is competitive, and then people talk about the gameplay mechanics. It's like, no, whether or not something's competitive has nothing to do with the gameplay mechanics. And it has everything to do with how the community interacts with the things around that game. Okay, so I think the game plan here is we let Manaphy go down. And one of the nice things about this deck, I think Gastrodon's actually kind of an interesting inclusion in this deck. Because what Gastrodon does is Gastrodon gives us a 1 knockout point Pokemon. So after they clear Manaphy, I can put this up, and then they can clear this, and then I still get to finish on my Palkia EX. Jazzy Diamond, thank you for the over 2 years. Papa Pros, thank you for the 25 months as well. Good morning, good morning. All right, Manaphy's down. Let's go ahead and do this. Cyrus is looking like a lovely lad here. I think game mechanics make it easier or more likely for a community to engage competitively than others. I disagree with that. You're welcome to feel differently, but I think you are heavily overestimating how much the gameplay mechanics matter versus how much the community just wants something to be competitive or not. It's honestly just like a textbook, if you build it, they will come type thing. Queuing our Gastrodon deck into a double Shaman deck to start the morning is probably not an ideal setup for us, especially when I made a pretty big mistake and tempoed myself. Well then. Average Celebi gameplay, really. Well then, I think we get Chunk in here, yeah? People really wanted Brawl to be competitive, but Melee outlasted it, which in large part I think is due to the game mechanics. Or, different perspective, the older one probably outlasted it because a significant part of what keeps people invested in things like that is nostalgia. And the amount of innovation and things that are markedly better you have to be in order to overcome people's sense of familiarity is a lot. I don't know. There isn't really metrics or things we could talk about. This is an all feels type discussion. Oh no! I referred to Shaman as a she in my highlight video this morning. Someone's letting me know Shaman's a male. Actually, Google says Shaman is a gender unknown Pokemon. Freaking video gamers. Skarmory is very scary for our Manaphy deck. We are playing 2 Capes though, which is nice. I love that I can make a comment like that, and it's just like a honey pot for a bigot to pop up for me to ban them for my community. Those types of comments are always bait here. If you're a smart bigot, stay quiet. Is that an oxymoron? I don't think that's possible, right? Smart bigot? Yeah, those two don't work together. I believe it's an oxymoron. It's almost always a first-time chatter when someone pops up like that and needs a ban. We need a reminder to like things. That's so true. Skarmory eats poor little Manaphy for breakfast. It's one of the reasons why I'm going to play Skarmory in the tournament this afternoon. I'm putting the second Manaphy out on my bench here because I'm going to slide it up after this one gets eaten, I think. Hey, Rad, thanks for the other one. Porygon Z. We could try and build some Porygon Z, yeah. And I've got room for one last exhibition today. Keep in mind it won't get played till later in the stream though, because we currently have 5 in the queue. We should put up the poll on the YouTube side. Have you considered liking the stream? So it asks, what purpose does Gastrodon play in this deck? So the primary purpose that Gastrodon plays in this deck is me getting $10 to play it. The secondary role that Gastrodon plays in this deck is that it is a 1 knockout point Pokemon that you could play as a follow-up to Manaphy. Because one of the things that's very common for these Manaphy decks is that your Manaphy is going to die, right? Like your Manaphy is gonna get knocked out. And if you follow up Manaphy with an EX Pokemon, it means that you lose the game after they knock out Manaphy and an EX Pokemon, because that's 3 points. So one of the kind of ideal sequencing type things that you look for in this type of game, we're super dead. See, exactly here, right? We let out an EX so that it got cooked. Is that ideally you go 1 knockout point, and then close on an EX. I don't know that Gastrodon is necessarily the ideal one for that, but I do think from a theory perspective, past this being a viewer submission, that it is interesting because it is a Cyrus enabler as well. And Manaphy and Misty help you work around the fact that, like, it has a little bit of a clunky attack. We've had some awkward draws here to start, like we didn't have our cape for our Manaphy against this deck. We beat the Celebi deck. So, yes! We're playing this because it was a submission, but also I think there's some interesting theory perspective here. We need to take our first brief break of the morning, so adverts don't happen over gameplay. If you happen to be new here, I always take a quick minute break and chat with folks while the ads are going so you don't miss any of the sweet games that we're playing. We'll see you in 120 seconds. YouTubers, appreciate the almost 100 people that tapped the like button already. I've got 400 people here this morning. Consider doing that if you enjoy the daily live streams. Is this why Blastoise can't work? I actually think Blastoise is quite solid with Manaphy. It's my favorite way to play it personally. Blastoise got a nice chunky health pool, and sometimes you use War Turtle as your second one knockout point thing. Are you and Spraggles going to do another tournament? Yes, the Hooglandia Spraggles Open Series is going to be putting the S in this word series, and we will be returning on March 8th. And not only will we be coming back, but our next tournament is going to have a over 500 USD prize pool, and I've got some extra prizing I am not allowed to disclose yet. That's very exciting. Ooh, spoilers. So, in addition to more cash, we're also going to have some other stuff that I promise is very, very desirable. Any updates on the Gallade deck? I think fighting decks in general are really in a really tough spot because they're basically all terrible against Exeggutor. As someone who had been intending to play Hitmonlees in a tournament at some point, I do not intend to play Hitmonlees in a tournament while Exeggutor is 20+% of the format. As a point of reference, so this was one of the tournaments we played yesterday. Exeggutor was 10%, 4%, 3%. It was like 18% of this. This was actually one of the lesser played ones. There was one of them I saw the other day. I think it was like 25%. I think it was this one. Yeah, it was 19% on this variation. And 5%, and then 2%, so it was like 26%, a quarter of the field was Exeggutor. I've been playing more Tauros. That's actually a good call out. Tauros does light up real solid. Yeah, not only do the fighting decks have a hard time clearing, but like Gallade is especially bad into Exeggutor, right? Like it only does 90 damage. And they have lots of Ericas. Zappa, thank you for the 70 months. I appreciate that. Welcome back. All right, our adverts are done. Let's play some more. Is this a turtle? What kind of animal is this, chat? I was gonna say turtle, but it's really not a turtle, right? Is this a made-up creature? Or is this based on a real animal? Appreciate the almost 6 years, Zap. It's a sea slug. All right, let's play some more slugs, huh? Flippin' Ninja, thank you for the over a year. Welcome back. I don't know if I intend to check out Snap's character mastery stuff on stream. Maybe at the very, very end, but we're going to be playing Pocket for a long time today. So if we do, it's not going to be for a little bit. All right, we're a Palkia lead here, but we have the Leaf, and we have some researches, so we're looking for Manaphy plus Baby Slug to start here. And now, because I'm looking for 2 specific basics, we actually want to research before we Pokeball, because if we have more basics in our deck when we Pokeball, we're more likely to get 2. And honestly, I'm not going to play out the bench this turn anyways, so I'm going to vibe on this Pokeball, so we're more likely to draw a basic next turn, because if we draw a basic, this gets a second basic. Yeah, the Rampardos deck that was yesterday's highlight is my absolute favorite way to play Hitmonlee right now. It's just a little scuffed. Theory craft, something you've been meaning to get to. I'm into it. Thanks, Rhino. that'll close out our deck submissions for the day. I think I'm just doing this. Good golly, what are basic Pokemon gamers? Marcelior, thank you for the 12 months. I appreciate the entire year. Welcome back. Marcelo. I'm not gonna, I maybe will remember that. Have a sword either way. What's your current favorite deck that would have a chance to win a tournament? I mean, none of the decks I like would have a chance to win a tournament. I'm a serial terrible deck enjoyer, chat. You can't just tell me to play something good. It goes against everything I believe in. Good gravy. I will say this game feels like it's been a reminder of why I've been playing 7 basics and my other Manaphy decks. I'm gonna take a mulligan here, but I think there's a good chance we're a basic light. We're gonna play Lopunny and Mega. Speaking of decks that are terrible, we're gonna play Lopunny and Mega in the tournament this afternoon. Enigma, thank you for the 2 months of Prime. And the real secret to why Lopunny and Mega is a really powerful combination is because it means we get to name the deck Bugs Bunny. That's the real secret to it all. Never pass up the opportunity to name your deck after something funny. Okay, we've got our friends here, but we also don't have a leaf to fix our lead. We could draw one, I suppose. Most fun deck to play. I've been on a Infernape kick lately myself. Nailed it. Lovely. This was the best draw in our deck by a very significant margin. Let's just pull the Shelios out here. We're going to play Arcane at the end of Saturday's stream, Ben. I'm going to be live over the weekend since I'm going to be off a lot of next week. Do I want to play out the other Manaphy? I don't think so. They're probably not killing this turn, yeah? You know, it's funny, I tried a bunch of different things with Infernape. If you want to see a bunch of Infernape gameplay, check yesterday's video out. But I think after testing a bunch, I've come back around to the idea that I just like playing Rapidash as its best partner. Which Rapidash? Mythic, Genetic Apex. You want single energy point one. This is so rude. This is so rude. Flee, flee, my sea slug, flee. if you missed the Infernape Rapidash deck, it's probably because YouTube didn't show it to you. It was actually the worst performing deck highlight in terms of metrics I posted the week after the set came out. But that was what I posted a highlight with a while ago. There's no way you're killing this Manaphy and then dying to the Palkia, right? This can't possibly be the line, gamer. I guess, do they just like think they're gonna murder the Palkia after? No love for Dodrio with Infernape. I think you need Rapidash. I think you need Rapidash to have fire weakness against all the executes that are running around. When you have first evolution advantage, when you have first evolution advantage, oh, my mouth is failing to make proper noise. When you have first evolution advantage, Rapidash clears an execute before it can evolve. I guess I kinda can't beat the Weavile, right? I'm already through both my copies of Leaf, and there's a chance they have a second Cyrus anyways. So like, what's the line? I kind of have to play like they don't have it, because I can't beat it. I could cape this. I could cape this to keep it alive for a turn, but it's gonna be stuck if it gets Cyrus back up to the front anyways, so I don't think there's any reason to do that. So I think the line here is Palkia into this, into retreat to this, crack them for 30. They clear this, get their second point, and then we move into this. Oh, you know what I could do, though? I could evolve this. I'm gonna evolve this, and then it takes a hit, and then I go energy 6 to you, then they clear, and then 30-30 technically races. Yeah? I think that's true. I think that's true. I'll play this out to play around as Sabrina. They sometimes play. Decklist submissions are closed for the day. Usually we fill up in the first 15 to 20 minutes or so. If you're a YouTube member or Twitch sub that wants to get your deck list in advance, you miss it in that early morning window, you can submit in advance in the Discord server. Usually I think a deck needs a bit of a 5 basic Pokemon to be competitive. I think decks with more basics tend to be more competitive, yes. Yeah, I don't think we beat the follow-up Darkrai here. It's likely accurate, unfortunately. Why is caping Palkia not relevant? Yeah, we can't retreat it again because both my Leafs are gone, so if they have Cyrus, we just lose the game anyways. So if doing that doesn't play around something, there's no reason to do it. Probably dead here. Enigma, I think I almost missed your sub. Sorry about that. Appreciate the 2 months. You like Greninja Dark Gray? It's one of the best decks in the format right now by the numbers, for sure. Oh, m'lady? M'lady? Close. Wait, are we good here? Is there any reason to hit them? No, right? Let's see if they have a Sabrina. Usually these decks play 2 Cyrus and a Sabrina. Yeah, GG. So, they were bricked at it for a little bit, but they researched last turn and found it. Alright, I'm gonna give this one more shot, I think, but unfortunately a DL60's feeling very similar to Vaporeon in that it just feels like it's not an appropriate enough carry. What card do you think is underexplored right now? I was gonna say Infernape, but then you said other than Infernape. I'm gonna say Blastoise then. I'm the only person working on Blastoise, and I think Blastoise is very good. No Manaphy, but we have Leaf, which is nice. We'll lead Palkia here and Chelios. Hey Jeff, I recently started playing Pocket, and your YouTube popped up a recommendation soon after. I appreciate the positive outlook and more analytical content. Is there any chance you'd make a lecture-style video regarding sequencing as a follow-up to the coin flip? But what would a sequencing video entail? It feels like that's something that's a topic that's hard to do very generically, because it's pretty specific deck to deck, right? Is there a Blastoise highlight video? Yeah, I top 16 to tournament with Blastoise shortly after the set released, and then over the weekend, I finished, I think it was like 100th out of 600 players in another tournament that I played off-stream. I recorded the games that I played off-stream, and there'll be a highlight either tomorrow or Thursday. Probably Thursday. I think tomorrow is going to be my tier list video for the decks in the format. I would agree with the comment from chat that Skarmory is a very good card right now as well. Skarmory is my #1 card to brew with for countering Executor decks, because clearing Execute is strong. Are YouTube memberships enabled? Yeah, there's a join button under the stream. You had asked about the Discord channel too. The Discord server is linked in the stream description, but it's worth noting that as a non-supporter, only the announcements channel is available to you. I don't have it in me to moderate a fully public Discord server. I don't get enough hazard pay for that. What do you think about Mewtwo, Azelf? I think Mewtwo and Azelf is a really interesting combination. How much do you play Pocket off-stream, and how does that compare to Magic and Marvel Snap Days? I probably play more Pocket off-stream because of the tournament stuff that I did Snap and Magic when I was doing those games as content full-time. I'm a very competitive gamer, and it's nice to be playing a game for the first time in a long time that is a real competitive outlet. The tournaments are free to enter for everyone, Ulamog. We have a couple of channels in the Discord server just for tournament stuff that get unlocked for tournament participants in the week before the tournament. So they're currently locked, but we'll open them back up again when we put signups up for the next open. You think Lumineon can work with Blastoise and Manaphy? I really think one of the things this and other Manaphy builds have hammered into my head is that you really want two big payoffs for Manaphy, which is one of the reasons why Blastoise is my favorite way to play the card. Oh, it's worth noting, man, I wish I had the stage 1 for this. I'm gonna put this up speculatively. If we hit the stage 1, we probably win the game on the spot. So all of the codes and contact for the tournament winners for Into the AM and cash stuff should go out like carrier. You should have gotten a DM about that. Advanced is dragging their heels and I'm kind of annoyed with them. Apparently they didn't have tech set up to do individual codes and they're trying to roll it up here. I'm going to poke them again today, but I'm at the mercy of the sponsor on that one. Their stuff is good, and working with them otherwise has been good, but it's a little annoying that they agreed to do tournament prizes for us and weren't prepped to do it in advance. Gotta remember to take the money from the bad, Jeff. Thanks for re-upping that Prime for the 2nd month cast form. Appreciate you taking a couple of buckaroos from Jeffrey Bezos and sending them my way. Not putting up Palkia there with the Leaf. No, I definitely don't want to let them mark damage on my EX Pokemon, and I don't want to spend a Dimension Storm dealing with a Magnemite. Yeah, I don't intend to re-upload the entirety of... I don't know, I need to talk to Spriggles about that. I think there's a chance maybe we want to broadcast on just all 4 channels moving forward as opposed to splitting it, but I'm not 100% sure. For the first one, we split YouTube and Twitch. Maybe we'll try all 4 for one of them and see how the numbers compare. One of the reasons why we wanted to keep it to 2, because I thought maybe it would keep the viewer count higher between the 2 channels. But another thing that I learned, and this is probably not a coincidence why, like, large companies dumping money into esports largely died off. Unfortunately, all 3 of the sponsors that I had for the tournament, which have been happy to work with me on a personal level outside of the tournament, they basically all told me their returns on sponsoring the tournament were really bad. So I don't know that we're gonna have repeat sponsors from any of the 3 that we had for the event. I will probably keep working with them individually, almost assuredly, because they've been happy with our individual relationship outside of that. But the actual tournament itself did not, despite having an incredible viewer count. Like our metrics around the tournament were really strong. We broke 6,000 concurrent viewers and had 100,000 live views between the 2 streams. But three for 3, all of the sponsors were like, supporting this event did not convert meaningfully for us. The next event is covered regardless. We had 6 or 7 people from the Hoaglandia community donate directly to fund the next prize pool. So we have $550 in the next prize pool, which is more than we had in the first one. And I've got another set of prizes that I can't talk about yet publicly that are hype. They're gonna be sweet. But as far as doing other sponsored stuff, I don't know that we'll be able to chase down those directly again. So community funding the prize pool might be the way to do it moving forward. How often were you doing sponsor shoutouts? Every 35 to 50 minutes like clockwork. And their branding was up on the stream, and they had pinned things and scrolling messages and all that jazz. Alright, let's cape the Palkia so we don't just die to the Raichu. Yeah, I mean, you can go check the live stream, but the fact that, like, there's plenty of people here that watch the stream that are just like, I don't know what you did for it, is just, like, kind of points out that it doesn't sell. They want immediate returns and tangible numbers, nothing to be said for exposure. People die from exposure, chat. Places don't want to pay for that. Come on now. But yes, unfortunately, one of the things that exists with this industry, we need a Misty Heads to win. One of the things that exists in this part of this industry is that the way sponsored stuff works in terms of expectations, they expect a very immediate, tangible return. They are not happy with just getting numbers, which, as someone who works in this industry, it feels very unfair that that's the case, because they definitely don't, like, brands advertising in traditional media don't get a direct return like that, right? Like, they're just, like, paying for exposure by and large. And the exposure they pay for on a platform like this is much less than they pay for billboards or TV or radio and stuff like that. Because it's definitely true that, like, consumers need to be exposed to brands a certain number of times before they eventually convert. Heroican, if you've never become a member on a YouTube channel before, there is a button that says join YouTube membership to support directly. It is enabled on the channel. There are several people that have memberships. Your hoodie is dope. Thanks. Speaking of sponsors, this was from one of the folks who actually, to give, I know I like talking about the business back end of things. To, like, give you a pointed example, Into the AM is one of my long-term sponsors. These are these shirts. I have sold, I actually got an email last night, a sale that generated yesterday, means that my stuff has sold. Oh, they just chose to die. All right. I guess they had nothing. My Into the AM code has sold just over 23,000 USD worth of product for them over the course of the 2 or so years I've worked with them. And when I would do individual activations with them, I did individual activations with them in October, November, and December of last year. My each individual activation very directly sold between 1,500 and 3,000 USD worth of product for each of those activations. And in comparison, the conversions around the tournament that we did, I think it was like 400 or 500 USD worth of product. So they do all the hoodies you see me wearing and the graphical shirts and stuff like that. Just a pointed number to numbers example. That seems high. So, Into the AM, and a lot of the partners I have, give hold on. We're speaking of adverts, we need to take the Twitch ad break, so we'll continue talking about how it works while the adverts run. I'm gonna go ahead and tap those on Twitch and YouTube. Tap the like button. We are going to build some Garchomp here as our next viewer deck when we return. Our tournament will be starting in about 90 minutes. Thanks for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. Do you get any metrics on how many new viewers the tournament attracted? I can look at, what was it? That was Saturday, February 1st. I gained 342 new followers from the tournament live stream. But, and again, this is again kind of talking about how esports kind of went the way that it did. I had 342 new followers on Twitch from the live stream, but the day before, just doing a regular stream, I had 320 new followers. So doing the tournament wasn't meaningfully different than just doing a normal stream day. The average viewer count was a little bit better than the day before, but not by a ton. It was about 25% higher than the stream before it from release day. Yeah, and I'm sure there's some cross-pollination where some of my viewers watch Spraggle stuff now and some of Spraggle's viewers watch my stuff now. And it's really hard to average. I'm comparing it to the day before, Patton, when I wasn't on the front page, but it was just like the first day after the set launched. So that Thursday stream. So yeah, you're right. You're right. I shouldn't compare it to the front page day. All right, we need to build Garchomp. But yeah, and for people who aren't familiar with me, you're new here, you wonder what my experience in the industry is while we're talking about all this stuff. I've been streaming for almost 13 years. I've been fortunate enough to call this a full-time job for me for 7 years now. Been around the block a time or two in the content space. Yeah, I mean, for reference too, just because I think people can get the wrong idea when I talk very matter-of-factly about these numbers, I'm not intending to not run a tournament again. Like, we're despite everything I just said, like, Spraggles and I are locked into running another tournament on March 8th, and the awesome community here that we've built up, community funded the prize pool, and I've got another source of prizes that's going to be coming for that prize pool as well. That's going to be fantastic. So, like, I want to just make it very clear that I am not saying I don't intend to run more tournaments, because I enjoyed running the tournament, and there were a lot of people that played in it, a lot of people that watched it. I'm just talking factually about how it wasn't a good conversion for the sponsors and how those sponsors normally see a return on this channel. If that makes sense. It's like, you know, I spent a good chunk of Sunday playing in a tournament, and while I recorded a video for that tournament and it's going to get uploaded to YouTube and make some nominal amount of money, the primary reason I played in that tournament wasn't because it was profitable for content. I wanted to play in it. It was fun for me. Generated enjoyment. How do the sponsors get their numbers? There's specific links affiliated with the stream, so they look at how much traffic they get through those links. They also compare their general traffic in case people are getting at their site through the tournament from other things compared to their average traffic they expect from the day. And then there's codes specific to the thing. They look on the conversions from those codes. I'm gonna try this. I'll try this. I like a shaman. I haven't tried Garchomp Druddigon. I'm curious to see if this feels like a strong enough payoff behind stalling. What's the average length of a tournament for people who make it past the Swiss rounds? We had a considerable delay in the first round of our tournament, and we still averaged 42 minutes per round. It was a pretty quick day, all things considered. And we'll avoid the round 1 issue the next time through, I think, through experience, so. What was the round 1 issue? The round 1 issue was Christy decided to give grace to a bunch of people that messed up instead of just DQing a bunch of them, and next time we're gonna do that. AFK, thank you for the half a year. Welcome back. Christy was worried about not having enough competitors, and I was like, we really only need a few hundred people to run a successful tournament, so if people are being idiots, just give them game losses and move on. She wanted to be kind. I think I need to communicate to dig for the baby Gibble, yeah? Do I wait a turn? Maybe I wait a turn. I don't have an energy this turn anyways. Hey, Herwickane, thanks for figuring out the membership thing. Appreciate it. How did the Gastrodon deck feel? Unfortunately, slow and bad. I think in order for Manaphy to be really good, you need 2 heavy hitters in the deck, and Gastrodon is just not that, unfortunately. Excited for this to be Shaman. Oh, we found a Gibble. Lucky. I'm actually going to go ahead and communication this other Druddigon here, because it could be a stage 1, but it could also be a Shaman. To keep this Druddigon healthy would be nice. Okie doke. Guess you could say it felt sluggish. Accurate. I got both my Lucarios. Any Lucarios deck you found fun and strong? The only deck I've enjoyed Lucario in so far is the, what's the word I'm searching for? I've enjoyed Lucario inside of the Aerodactyl shell. But I will say, I think all of these fighting decks in general are very bad against the Executor decks. So I think they're good on average into the rest of the field, but you can and should expect to just eat it a whole heck of a lot if you plan to play them into the current metagame. Rampardos is my favorite fighting payoff. However, I don't like Rampardos with Lucario. I think I'm going to shear this leaf and just go digging for the other Gibble here. We probably want to build 2 Chomps in this deck. I think the fighting decks are also pretty bad against Togetic. Well, Togetic's not a real deck, so that's fine that you have a bad matchup into something that basically doesn't exist. Executor is 20% of the deck registrations. that's unfortunate. Potentially game losing for us. They have the Gallade, yep. I have Cynthia, I guess. I think I'd rather do this. It's close, though. This is 50% to be a Gible. All right, 33% to be a Gible. Actually, just the unluckiest video gamer you'll ever meet. Maybe I was just supposed to Cynthia. If I Cynthia'd, this would be dead to the rough skin. No, I'm just dead because I bricked. I'm curious to see how this feels. I'm skeptical Garchomp is good enough to play as the only payoff in the deck. A lot of the successful Garchomp decks have, like, Hitmonlee, Farfetch'd, Marshadow, or like the Greninja build that we play where you have a secondary attacker as well. No, Prime subs have no penalty on mobile, so Prime sub from Android mobile with impunity. You actually can't Prime sub from iOS mobile because Apple wanted a cut. Just Apple things. I think I play the Shape It Out. Willow Glenn, thank you for the 1.5 years. Welcome back. And Outlaw Racer, thanks for the 26 months. Yes, on iOS, you have to open up the Prime sub link in your mobile browser. Yeah, all the rainbow arts are really well done. I like them a lot. Oh, we can't Cynthia Gengar gamers. They're not a one-carded hit, though, so hopefully they're going to be bricked on their stuff for a little bit. And this is just, you know, kind of peak all in on my stage 2 with no backup plan. I'm missing my basic, and I just literally have nowhere useful to put this energy. I don't think I'm supposed to communicate my stage 1 to try and hit a basic. I think that's wrong. Someone else was confused about the membership on the YouTube side today too. Did their app have an update or something? They eventually figured it out, but they didn't mention what they did. Memberships are enabled on the YouTube channel. I think the other person said they had to update their app or something, but there's definitely a join button. Oh, there's just no join button in the iOS app. Yeah, that sounds like Apple. I wonder if that's related to the other thing we were talking about, which is them wanting to take a cut. I wouldn't be surprised. Google was like, no, I'm not giving you a cut, so there's not going to be a join button. That is 100% the reason. Okay. Yeah, us being brick tier when their deck is also kind of mediocre is fine for us. Do I give them the knockout point here? I'm ready to attack with Garchomp next turn, so I think I just give them the knockout. Is there ever a world where playing one baby Blastoise is not embarrassing? I could see that being the case. It's something I've been meaning to try at some point. In the Rapidash video, you had a Singleton Duck. I've been playing Heatmore. I think Heatmore is better than Duck with how popular Executor has been. When that video was recorded, Execute was a lot less popular. If there's a water energy under here, we could be okay. Oh, they don't have EX Gengar. So they're probably cooked either way then. I use LD Player as my emulator of choice. I had issues with Moo and BlueStacks at various points. LD Player's been the only one that's had the highest just works factor for me. Not a terrible start for us. We got both our energies. We've got Gabite while going second. I just got started and I built the Palkia, Articuno, Manaphy, Vaporeon deck. Yeah, it's okay. It's the most popular build of Palkia, but I don't know that I think it's the best. Hey, Greninja is boring to play. Found the Charizard player. While it's fine to prefer playing off meta things, I think Greninja is like objectively one of the most interesting cards in Pokemon Pocket because it presents you with a ton of different choices every single turn. It creates wide decision trees as to how the game can play out. Opened 80 Palkia packs and no Cynthia full art. Your odds of getting a specific 2-star full art are incredibly low. You are far more likely to open 250 packs and get enough pack points for it than you are to open it organically yourself. We're past the point where we need to copy a leaf here, huh? Spin that. It's not the Cyrus I was hoping for, but it's not terrible. I don't think I play that out. I just put energy here. I guess I can play it out and put the energy out. It is fine. I see. This game's probably done. We claw this and then we Cyrus the other one up next turn and we're good to go. Yes, getting a specific 2-star art is less likely than getting an immersive. Your odds of getting any particular immersive or any particular 2-star is higher than getting an immersive, but the specific ones are less likely. Making the play that just leaves them dead on board is certainly a choice. Someone asked, what do you think of your Manaphy and Mega deck? It's okay. It struggles when you don't have first energy advantage. Yes, this is your Garchomp submission, Red. I added a Cyrus and I added a Shaman. Garchomp on curve with energy to attack is very, very good. Actually a legitimate threat. Do you think the set on the 28th will have 2 packs? I would expect it will. People keep calling it a mini set, but we have no data to imply that it's actually going to be small. And I think the most likely thing that means the reason I think it's most likely it has two packs in it is the set we just had was originally data mined to be 3 packs. And I would bet they simply split it to 2 and 2 as opposed to 3 and 1. Yeah, so for people who haven't kept up on the data mined information, the next set has an accelerated timetable because of Pokemon Day at the end of the month. So there's only going to be 4 weeks between these 2 sets, but then the next set will be 8 weeks. So it's still 2 sets over 12 weeks, but it's 4 and then 8 instead of 6 and then 6. I think we're dead even if we hit Garchomp here, right? Didn't they say every other set would be a mini set? Nope. I'm taking 40 and then I'm taking 100 and we're just dead. This is one of the reasons why my preferred Garchomp plays Greninja. I don't know how you ever beat a Drudagon without Greninja. I really think the people who are making a big deal out of having a 4 weeks till the card release as opposed to 6 are people that are really showing themselves as bad at math. If you were fine with them releasing cards every 6 weeks like we knew was the plan basically from the start, having it 4 and then 8 is the same as 6 and then 6, except for 2 weeks. There's two weeks where things are slightly different for you. And once you pass that 2-week point, it's exactly the same as if it was every 6 weeks. They're literally just kicking it forward 2 weeks to line up with the Pokemon holiday that happens at the end of February. So it's fine if you feel overwhelmed or like you aren't enjoying the game and you don't want to play, but like don't sit in my chat and tell me bad math that doesn't make sense is the reason why. Like, just acknowledge that it's your feelings, and I'm not gonna logic with your feelings. Because it's cool. You're allowed to feel whatever you want to feel. I'm not gonna talk you out of your feels. But just like understand that it's a feelings-based discussion and not a logic-based one. It's not as good of a layout for free-to-play is the big issue. Explain. Why is it worse for free-to-play players in the long run outside of that 2-week window? Help me understand. Make a compelling argument for me. Why is it worse for free-to-play once we're past that 2-week window? It's not in the long run. Just yes. So for 2 weeks, like I just said. So you piped up in my chat to actually me on the thing that I literally just said. Maybe for the PvP events, if they happen in that window, free-to-play will be at a disadvantage. So, the first PvP event that we always have during a set is the 45-win one. And that one takes place over at least 3 weeks. And I would bet it'll be longer in a window where we have 8 weeks until the following set. Also, while we're sitting here talking about the numbers, the free-to-plays are only in a bad spot for playing PvP is only relevant if the new cards coming out power creep and make everything that previously existed unplayable. And if they do that, we have a bigger problem than, oh, they just moved up a set release 2 weeks, right? Thanks for dropping off the Prime Anavar. I appreciate it. Like, even if you look at what's happening right now, right? Like, Gyarados and Charizard decks are still pound for pound what they were last season with a handful of pack points invested into them, into something different, yeah? Yeah, the Executor EX deck that's the best deck right now, arguably, is wholly from last season. I like how I can sit here and point out that the literal best deck is from last season, and Charizard and Gyarados are from last season, and then someone in chat will be like, but Jeff, Mewtwo and Pikachu are bad right now. Yes. Yes, thank you for pointing out the thing that's not what I said. Squirtle, thank you for the 7 months. Yes, also that I would actually, the next 2 viewer decks we're gonna play are Mewtwo submissions, but they're not just the carbon copy and paste Mewtwo deck from last season with Gardevoir in it that's very clearly bad. I would not be surprised if there's competitive Pikachu and Mewtwo decks in this format that just have to be re-imaged and played and built differently than the ones from last season that are now weak to Cyrus. Spack, thank you for the 2/3 of a year. Welcome back. Dawn seems really strong at Mewtwo. Yeah, I agree with that. I have a Magnezone Mewtwo deck that's been killing it. Yes, Magnezone Mewtwo had some not top of the event, but a handful of finishes as well. Yeah, I actually think Pikachu's position in the metagame isn't even just related to Cyrus. Like, Cyrus doesn't exist. Pikachu gets chased out of a metagame where Exeggutor is the best deck anyways. Like, it's not remotely even related to the new cards. Pikachu just isn't good against Exeggutor EX. It never was. So the rest of the metagame pivoting around to making that a top card is bad for it. I'm surprised that they would release a set where Darkrai is literally the only EX people need to stay with all of the top meta decks. That's a good thing! I'm not surprised. That makes me happy. They did such a good job of not just power creeping everything in this set. Like, there's new cards that are playable, but yeah, it's awesome. They've done such a good job with balance. I love how I'm gonna throw this deck away, chat. I'm gonna give this player a like, and we're gonna move on to our next one. And that, honestly, so someone says, I'm surprised because it makes them less money. So here's the thing about Pokemon Pocket being a collection game first for most people. I would bet most people logging into Pokemon Pocket, even a lot of those spending money, they probably barely play the game. It's a pack opening simulator where they look at the cards. And if they're making their money from people just opening booster packs, they don't need to power creep people to make them open packs, right? Like, they could just make the game good. They could just make the game good to play because they don't have to power creep to sell the stuff. I think the fact that this game is played by so many that aren't playing the actual game means they're less obligated to just like make bigger numbers every set, right? I think that's probably a driving reason for why like Darkrai is the only EX that's like top tier best thing in the format. And the other ones are like very playable. Like I love Yanmega. We're gonna play that in a tournament today. We played a ton of Palkia, stuff like that. But there's less of a direct monetary incentive to power creep when a majority of your player base is collectors as opposed to players, right? Which is an interesting dynamic. So, to give some closing thoughts on this, I don't think I'll play another Garchomp deck where Garchomp is the only thing you attack with. I think whether it's Garchomp Greninja, or Hitmonlees and Marshadows, or Farfetch'd, this Garchomp is not a strong enough payoff to allow you to sit behind a Druddigod and build it up and then win the game after stalling. I think one of the big appeals of playing this card is that when everything comes together, it's a very aggressive attacker, and you want to lean into a deck that's going to be aggressively attacking even in games where this doesn't come up. So I think playing this as this control style thing doesn't seem like it fits the design of the card well. All right, we're going to take a brief pause for the cause and let some adverts roll. Speaking of attempting some innovation, it might be trash, but we're going to try a Magnezone Mewtwo EX deck when we return. Appreciate everybody hanging out. Shout out to all the people that sent in awesome viewer submissions. We're going to be playing a tournament with Lopunny and Mega in about an hour. We're going to be playing viewer decks up until then, and we'll be playing some more in between rounds as well. Thanks for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. If you're watching on the YouTube side, consider tapping the like button. Doesn't cost you anything, and it helps other people reach the channel. Shout out to the 323 people that did that already this morning. Lord Odin, thank you for the 2.5 years. Welcome back. Appreciate it. We played Manaphy Dragonite yesterday. We did not play Magnezone Dragonite. The Manaphy Dragonite was okay. Still not good, but better than that archetype was. I missed the Lopunny Yanmega play. How was it? You haven't missed anything. We haven't played it yet. It'll be our tournament deck this afternoon, starting in about an hour. Oh my goodness, I'm missing a second full art Giratina? This is embarrassing. How will I ever live this down? I'm not gonna be able to look my children in the face this evening. Pretty unfortunate. Why is there an X speed in this deck? This X speed should probably be a leaf, right? So I can repivot the Mewtwo. Because these have retreat costs. It's like it only works with Magnemite. I gotta swap that for a leaf. It goes with your Dawn. Does it? Because like your Giratina doesn't need it with Dawn. I'm gonna play a leaf. It's very, very narrow that it's gonna come up that it's relevant with Dawn, I think. Alright. Assuredly, there's another full art Giratina my Wonder picks waiting for me, yes? Right on time for some Jake. It's always Jake o'clock here in Oaklandia. Do you spend pack points? No, I only spend my pack points on 2 stars. Because everything else you're far more likely to open incidentally at some point. Have you tried or have opinions on Omastar with Palkia and Manaphy? I think Omastar is just not a very good card in a post-Leaf world. It's too hard for people to just retreat out their things for minimal loss after you make them not attack. Simpaticos, thank you for the entire year. I appreciate the support. Welcome back. What do you plan to spend pack points on this set if you haven't already? So I have 2 of all of the 2 stars I'm playing with right now. I'm either on 2 or 0. So my plan for my pack points is, when I open another 2-star incidentally that I know I'll want to play in a pair, like a Gallade or a Yanmega EX, for example, I'll probably spend my last batch of pack points on a matching one. So I think Yanmega is the one I'd like to open the most. If I open either a Rainbow or the regular 2-star Yanmega, I'd love to pack point the second, but you don't have a lot of control over which ones you hit. That's funny. Dawn, if we drew Dawn, we would have won the game on the spot. Unlikely to have happened, but it's funny to point out. Please rip 10 packs. I cannot stand this pleb, Giratina. What, is this in Dialga packs? Anybody know? Which pack is this in? Get look here in a second. Thank you for the biddies, AK man. Alright, Magnezone is lethal. Oh, wait. I needed Leaf for it to be lethal, yeah? That's fine. We're probably still winning long term. It's in Palkia? That's sad. That's extra funny that I'm missing this. I've opened way more Palkia than not. As someone who has 2 flared 2-star Starbies, I feel like Starby's in a real bad position in the Magnezone format. It's not a good seed for the Starby enjoyers out there right now, gamers. I might check out Snap Character Mastery at the very end of today's stream, but it's going to be 6 or 7 hours from now at least, depending on how our tournament goes and how the viewer numbers are. Why not Pokemon Communication to find a second Magnemite? Because they're on the Zero, or I just need to click this button to win the game. Yeah, Character Master went live on Snap this morning. Alright, are we really opening Palkia packs, gamers? That's what the donation was for. Let's just confirm here. Chase it down. I have most of the 2 stars I want from this pack already. So I've been opening Dialgas. Ooh, we had a light up. Can we hit the Giratina? How sick would it be if we ripped a 10 pack and hit the 1 star we wanted? You get full art bars. Already have one of those. Man, this would be a good 10 pack for Alright. Someone asked me earlier if I had flared any of my immersives. We should go do that now, huh? All the low spenders salivating at 2 Palkias and a 10 pole. And we're just like, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna turn this one into glue and glue it onto my other one. The immersives are so well done. All right, let's go check what we can flare here real quick. What are our options for Palkia? I like Palkia Blastoise, so I'm happy to have flares. I got 200,000 dust. Oh, it's got this one on it. I love this one from the new flares. Oh, baby. Oh, baby. Glorious. Put this on here real quick, so I don't forget. Follow your heart, Jeff, and open 10 Dialga packs too. Thank you for the minis, AK man. All right. Full art Ian Mega, chat. That's the one we want. Full art Ian Mega. There was a light at the end of the tunnel. There was a light at the end of the tunnel. That wasn't even the light at the end, chat. Look at the adorable little squirrel. He's so cute. He's so cute. Hot couple of 10 pulls this morning. Brosdan, thank you for the over 2 years. Welcome back. Ah, yes, another Darkrai for the pile. If you want to talk about booster pack variants for a minute, I needed one more Lopunny to flare my second Lopunny, and it took me 20 packs to open one last night. So I could have 2 flared Lopunnies. And then in my free pack this morning, I opened it and got 2 Lopunnies in the same pack. Which is just like peak variance range. Filling in all the 2 stars, slow and steady. I'm actually missing the Palkia, what's it called, but I'd much rather open Dialga packs. What's a good place for Heatran? Yeah, Skarmory stuff, Skarmory Magnezone, or Skarmory plus Wormdan are the 2 places that it sees play. Is there a tournament today? There's a tournament every day, gamers. Multiple tournaments per day. I am playing in Mystic Journey number 2, starting in 50 minutes. Which is notably not one of the many free entry ones. There is a 4 USD entry fee for the tournament I'm playing this afternoon. So it'll be smaller in terms of player count, but Mr. High Roller over here. Look out. There just wasn't a free tournament. Normally I prefer to play in the free ones, but it was the only thing starting at noon today, so they got my money. We're probably gonna need to get in the zone to have a shot here. Literally just opened my second full art Yanmega. Yeah, I'm on 0 of him. Is it weird that I think crowd rares are the ugliest arts? Not at all. I only play my gaudy crowd rares when they match the other theme of the deck. So like, I'm playing Mewtwo here because it's gold alongside gold Magnezone. Anyone else dislike how fat Charizard looks? I mean, he's big dad bod energy for sure. Are they heat blasting me instead of charging Charizard? That's gotta be a mistake, yeah. Oh my goodness, giant cape. Imagine playing Mewtwo against things that have more than 150 HP. Oof. So now the line is pivot the Giratina out, hit this for 50. Next turn, we dawn up the other energy and clean it out. So I wouldn't say we're in a good spot, but we're not just dead. Like, I think them not just powering up the Charizard was a huge mistake. Are we supposed to Pokécob for Magnemite? Yeah, maybe. I hate Pokécobbing for basics, but you're right, we're far enough behind that we're probably supposed to. It's the dawning of the age of the Mewtwo. Do, 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 do. Is there any reason to potion here? No? No reason to potion or cape, I don't think. Yeah, they can't dawn Angio, so. Okay, so Charizard could clear Mewtwo next turn. I think we're supposed to leaf this out. If I had the Magnezone, we could like hit this, let this go down, and then Sabrina pulls something up to clear it. Is that the line still? That might be, it might just be hope to draw Magnezone. I have a communication, a research, and 2 Magnezones and 7 cards. Although I guess the research isn't a live draw, yeah? I think I just do this and leave them dead to Magnezone Sabrina next turn. We have three Magnezones and 7 cards. And notable here that their Charizard actually can't do a big blast 2 turns in a row. So if I brick on the Magnezone next turn, we get a redraw at it too. There it is. There it is. This is, you know, exactly what I'm talking about when it comes to, okay, Mewtwo might still be okay, but you just gotta play it and build it and think about it a little differently than just like what it was last season. And again, I'd like to emphasize we didn't need to hit this turn, right? We had a redraw there because we could heal this so we don't die to what's it called? And then this was only dealing 60. So we'd live through Cyrus and Sabrina there with the potion and the cape. And then we have another redraw the following turn. That would have been 50%. So we had basically two 50%ers there. How do you get Dialga as your profile icon? Collect all of the 1, 2, 3, 4 diamond cards in the set. How much revenue I get per subscriber on the subscriber count there varies a good bit, but on average, it's like 2 or 2 and some change USD per sub point. So 2,200 sub points is like 4,000-ish USD per month before taxes. Maybe a little more than that, maybe 2.5. Let's actually not make the number up. I can look. Analytics, earnings. My stats here say the number that's up on the screen is about 5,300 USD pre-tax. So that's 5,300 divided by 2234. It's about 2.37. So little more than 2, closer to 2.5 per. What's the best Lucario deck? The best Lucario deck I've played is Lucario Aerodactyl. But I think it is worth noting that I think all of the fighting decks right now are a little bit awkward. Oh, is our opponent not here? Did they time out putting this basic into play? I'm not gonna wait for them to time out. It's annoying. Doom Patrol, thanks for taking a couple of buckaroos from Jeffrey Bezos and sending them my way. Appreciate that. Excuse me, content creator, it's your job to make up a number and assert them as fact. Yep. Hey, thanks for joining us on your lunch break today, Mark. Reminds me, I should figure out what I'm doing for lunch today. Speak of the fighting decks, and they will appear. It's not a bad draw. It says 50% to be Mewtwo, which is kind of who we're looking for here. Nice. I think we sit on the second Giratina because we might want to communication it into our top dork here. The full art Giratina is very pretty, yes. Do we truffle shuffle these now? I think we truffle shuffle them now, yeah? Getting kicked again. Jeff, have you considered Manaphy, Lopunny, Yanmega? We're actually going to play Skarmory, Lopunny, Yanmega in the tournament this afternoon. It's a build I've been enjoying. It's anecdotal, but because of the recommendation to start with Dialga packs, I've also hit pack points and Wonder Picks to grab most of the stuff I wanted from Palkia. Nice! It's the best way to do it. Unironically, we just start blasting them here, yeah? Just like, let's get in the zone and run you down. I might power up Giratina here, too, as my next attacker after. Like, we're just gonna mow down everything they do for the rest of the game now. Yeah, actually just dead. I don't know if Mewtwo is good, but Giratina looks good as a front line for Mag. Yeah, I agree, bub. I don't know, we're only playing one Mewtwo. I think that seems fine as a finisher occasionally. It's a card that's good with Dawn and Giratina. I kind of don't hate the idea of like an Azelf in here as a way to poke at their backline. I can see this being an okay shell for Azelf Cyrus as well. I've tried Azelf, and it's been rough with all the eggs around. I mean, this whole deck's kind of rough into eggs, yeah? I guess if you frontline Giratina then build Magnezone quickly, it's fine, but Executor is just the best thing you could be doing in this metagame for a reason, yeah? Helmet is there to help with egg breakpoints. What breakpoints does Helmet help you with egg? You deal 20 to it, Mewtwo finishes it, but that requires Mewtwo to have 4 energy, which is pretty slow. Can you articulate the difference in deck building between the terms shell and core? They're interchangeable. They're the same. They're the same thing. The helmet helps your Magnezone kill Celebi. Sure. It's a good one. I feel like a lot of the time my problem getting through that deck isn't killing the Celebi though, it's killing the Executor. Or not, more specifically not dying to the Executor. You think every color should have a Hitmon lead type card? Lopunny's right there. Don't far-fetch me, Eevee. Oh my goodness. Oh, freaking rip. It's sad because if that lived, we would have been able to clear them out in just 2 turns with the Mewtwo plus the Dawn. Would have retreated it, put an energy on it, etc. Yeah, this game's super winnable for sure. We don't get Misty high rolled, we're in a fine spot. Oh, seems like they're cooked here, yeah? They're out of Misties. My Mewtwo's ready to go next turn. Yeah, we have 1 cape and 1 potion in the deck. Oh, Vapor. Oh, I must. Vaporeon lets them clear us here, yeah. Dawn 2. Okay, cool. I don't have it. Yeah, this being potion and not cape here was relevant in this instance. I think I like the split. Just for both playing around Cyrus and being able to double it up, but there aren't that many Palkians in the metagame. Any good Dialga decks? You should check out my meta report from Sunday, where I talk about the most successful Dialga decks in tournaments from the past weekend. I'm looking for basic Pokemon here. I want to maximize my chance of finding 2 basics. I want to research and then Pokeball, which is perfect. I'm looking for a Magnemite and a Mewtwo, so this is very likely to be that. Again, when you want 2 specific basics, the research first means you're drawing with the most basics in your deck, so your research is most likely to find one of the 2 you're looking for, and then Pokeball can fish up the other after, exactly like we saw here. I'm kinda into this deck, by the way. Which feels super validating after talking earlier today about how Mewtwo's probably still fine, it just needs some innovation. What does Giratina do for this deck? It does exactly what you're looking at here. It is a brick wall. That takes some hits. Alright, and then the game is over because they're bricked here, yeah? We go activate, energy, Magnezone, retreat for free, dawn the energy up, clean them out. Cool. All right, I'm into this one, so I think we're gonna give it a double set. When people submit good, interesting things, I like to reward them by playing their deck longer. So we're gonna take a brief pause for the cause and let some adverts roll. We'll return in 120 seconds with some more games for this. We'll be playing Lopunny Yanmega in a tournament at the top of the hour. Thanks everybody for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. Mr. Dumble Dave, thank you for the over 2 years of support. Welcome back. Appreciate the folks watching on the YouTube side as well. If you haven't done so already, consider tapping the like button on the live stream. Shout out to the 402 people that did that already. Where do you get your hoodies? All of my shirts are from one of my awesome longtime sponsors, Into the AM. You can check them out here with my code Hoaglandia. They do all the t-shirts and hoodies you see me wear on stream. Great high quality stuff. Do you like 5 basics here? Yeah, the 5 basics has felt fine. I think it's fine. You want to lead on Giratina as often as possible, I think. I don't know that the duck chip shots are super valuable here. I think what really took a hit this expansion isn't Mewtwo, but Gardevoir. She takes up too many deck slots. I think it's specifically starting on Mewtwo as your lead attacker isn't good, and setting up Mewtwo to try and 150 every single turn isn't good because there's too many things that live 150 in a post-Cape world. So Mewtwo's a fine finisher. You just can't be on this hyper-linear, one-dimensional, I set this up and just blast you because it's not good enough. Level 12 human, thank you for the 16 months. To get full access to the Hoaglandia Discord server once you're in it, or if you're not in it yet and you're a supporter, link your subscribed Twitch account to your Discord account in your Discord settings and all the channels will pop up. There are not websites that you can go to that easily and cleanly coalesce the data that I present to you in my meta report. The stats that I share in my meta report week to week is literally the result of me spending an hour or more in spreadsheets, mucking around in the data on Limitless, and then formatting it in a way that makes sense and is presentable and conveys the information that we want to convey. It's one of the reasons why that video every week is one of the best things you can be watching, because I put in all the legwork. This is probably just scuff for us. I don't think this deck's unwinnable against dark decks, but I think leading Mewtwo and them having first energy advantage means we're probably dead. Have to try and communicate into a Magnemite here, which is not where we want to be in life, but it's where we're at. That's all she wrote. All right, let's see how the Aggie matchup plays out here, huh? It's a shame this is 120 and not 130. Have Cape at least. So, Magnemite's a nice hit here, but it's noteworthy that the opponent's archetype often plays 2 copies of Sabrina, so without another basic here, we could get our stuff pushed in before we get started. All right, no Sabrina is great. All right, we need 1 tails over 2 flips here. We'll take the first one. Looking for more basics here. Ideally a Mewtwo. Wish granted. Do I cape the Giratina? Do I cape the Giratina? I think we're supposed to. The goal here is to have the Magnezone clear the Executor, and then have the Mewtwo charged up, ready to clear off the Celebi after. think I just let this die. So I do this, and then next turn they clear this. I go Volt Charge plus put energy here. Magnezone hits. Then the next turn, Magnezone clears, and I'm sitting on 3 energy here, which lets this clear the Celebi. The Magnezone does 110 twice, which is enough to beat a single Erica, but it's not enough to beat Erica plus Potion. Do this before I forget. Helmet. Helmet would be a great pickup here. Or let us play around Potion. Unlucky. So Potion does not save us from a heads here because they have Rocky Helmet. Is it ever Sabrina up the Celebi? And just clear it with Mewtwo? Nah, I probably want to hit with the Magnezone. The problem with pulling up the Celebi is that it's bad against, it's bad against them having another Erica, because then I won't be able to clear the Executor the following turn. So I think I take this line, and then next turn, even if they kill this, unless they play out their other egg, I can Sabrina this up and clear it, and then the Executor can't kill us on the backswing. What beats pull up Celebi, hit it with Mewtwo? Another Erica. Could be bad for us, Bob. Because then the Mewtwo can't clear the thing the following turn. And now I think we're a lock, yeah? I think the eggs matchup's probably fine for this deck. I think you got a lot of good stuff going on here. Nice, good, clean example of Sabrina being better than Cyrus here as well. We can even side drive again next turn with the copy of Dawn. Yep. That was pretty slick. This deck is not playing Giovanni, but it's playing Helmet, which I think is generally better scrimmage. Someone told me this guy is great at card games. I've been playing card games for a couple of decades, and I have dozens of top cuts in tournaments with hundreds and even thousands of players across several different card games. If you're looking for data-driven, off-meta Pokemon Pocket stuff, this is one of the best places on the internet for that. Let's see how this matchup goes. My gut says if we don't lead Giratina, it's probably hard for us. We could top deck that and pivot into it, though. You ever play Paper Pokemon TCG? Very briefly. That's a nice pull. The Magnemite here means we can power up this one on the bench and just let this one take hits. And then by the time this goes down, we'll have both of these charged up, which is nice. So we can clear through this, and then Mewtwo can clear through the Darkrai on the back, potentially. What's your favorite Garchomp deck at the moment? I like Garchomp Greninja the most. And this is the huge strength of Magnezone, right? Like, we get to power this up while also simultaneously charging an additional threat. It's a really, really big deal. If we find Giratina here, I might pivot to it rather than give them the free knockout. I think forcing them to have Cyrus to clear this Magnemite is good value. I think we start blasting the cannon this turn. I think is the plan. It does definitely feel like I need to find that Rocky helmet in order to be able to crunch through this. Although I suppose our copy of Sabrina will also just do it. A lot of these decks don't play 2 capes, so they just don't have room for it. Excuse me? I would love to see you play a meta deck and see how many attempts it takes for you to win a tournament. So your big misunderstanding there is the idea that playing a meta deck is some kind of guaranteed tournament win, which it is not remotely the case. I also think, in general, people tend to underestimate how much better or worse their experience will be if they're playing a deck they enjoy versus not. I wholly believe you do better in tournaments if you are playing decks you have more fun playing. Yeah, we just crack them, yeah. So we have... Is this Maiden 2? The Cyrus get us, maybe? Because they can pull the Giratina up and clear it? Would love to draw my potion here, so the Magnezone doesn't die to the Darkrai trigger. So Cape means we don't die to the Drudagon trigger, but we die to the Darkrai trigger. No attack, Sabrina. If I don't attack, the Sabrina loses the game to them playing out a Magnemite. So I think I unfortunately need to attack here because they certainly have Magnemites in their deck, yeah. We could have lost to a Cyrus here. An energy on this, killing this, and then Cyrusing this up would have lost us the game. However, I believe we're good to go now with the Mewtwo and the Dawn. Once they play the Sabrina, it's checkmate. That was pretty clean for us, gamers. Gosh, it's almost like there's a ton of innovation to be found in this format. And if you don't just sit there and play the same decks constantly, you can find new things that are competitive. We lost to Cyrus because of the Darkrai trigger, Alex. So their Darkrai trigger would have knocked out the Magnezone, which was on 20, and then they could have Cyrused up the 100 HP Giratina, which died with weakness. So if I would have drawn Potion plus Cape would have beaten Cyrus, but because we didn't hit the Potion, we needed them to not have it. All right, I know our last ad break was only like 20 minutes ago, but it's kind of awkward timing because the tournament starts at the top of the hour, so I'm going to hit another ad roll now so it doesn't happen during the middle of the tournament round because that would be a travesty. That starts in 5 minutes, so we're going to take our 2-minute ad break. I'll throw this deck list up on screen for people asking about it. We're playing Lopunny, Yanmega in the tournament, which may or may not be a disaster. And then we're going to keep playing this and some other viewer decks between rounds. Thanks, everybody, for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. Watch it on the YouTube side. Consider tapping the like button on the live stream. Doesn't cost you anything, and it helps the content reach more people. Audible to this deck. Nah, I'm gonna play the Lopunny deck because I want to play the Lopunny deck. Darkrai is more annoying than Peak Mewtwo. I actually disagree. I think the gameplay with and against Darkrai is far more tactical and interesting and satisfying than Mewtwo. Mewtwo is just like this pretty lame blasty cannon with Gardevoir. And the Darkrai deck gives you a lot more angles to attack it. I just want to reiterate how cool that shirt is. Yeah, the colors are great on the sweater. One of their more vibrant ones for sure. Although, I've been sitting here pedaling, so the sweater might have to come off in a minute. Getting a little sweaty. Alright, gamers. I think we're going to bestow upon this one the highest honor we can on a viewer deck. I think it's getting a deck box and a name. Yeah, sometimes the viewer deck slap. All right, let's throw the Lopunny zone deck up. This is, where is it? This is Bugs, affectionately titled Bugs Bunny in my deck editor. Play this in our event today. Does Gardevoir have a non-Mewtwo home? Probably not. What are your favorite decks to play? I've really been enjoying Infernape. We played a bunch of that yesterday, so we're just taking a break to do something else. I don't want to play the same deck every day. Alright, I think we are gonna pop the sweater off here. It's a little warm in the basement after we're sweating. And under the sick sweater from Into the AM, we have a sick t-shirt. Fear the Wolf Chat. This one glows in the dark. It's my toddler's favorite. What Pokemon are best paired with Infernape? I'm a big fan of Genetic Apex Rapidash with Infernape. Tournament starts in 2 minutes. Not really enough to play around, so we'll just chill here. How many people we got? These tournaments are smaller because this is a paid entry fee tournament we're playing this afternoon. We have 34 people signed up, it looks like. Yes, Lopunny helps you hit breakpoints for Yanmega. It also enables Cyrus for you to, like, Lopunny a Magnezone or something from the back line and then drag it up to the front for Yanmega to kill. Only one Cyrus. There's only 20 deck slots, my dear gamer. I have 10 Pokemon, and Skarmory dictates that I have 4 tools, so... There's basically only 2 flex slots in this deck. You have an X-Speed and a Cyrus as your flex slots. You have to play Pokeball and Research. You have to play 4 tools for Skarmory. And the tools are very good. I could see a world... I went back and forth on whether or not I wanted the X-Speed Cyrus split or just 2 Cyrus, but X-Speed is so good at shuffling your lead. Terran Terror, thank you for the 87 months. It's a long time. Good to have all the old timers along as we explore some Pokemons. Appreciate that absurdly generous tier 3. Did you ever wish they increased the deck size in this game to 24? No. Insert canned response about how it's very silly people constantly ask for larger deck sizes in Pokemon Pocket. It's literally the only card game I've ever played where that's the case. What's the strategy around this deck? You deal damage with your Pokemon attacks, and you eventually acquire 3 knockout points to win the game. Yeah, if you want to ask for more of something, deck slots is what you want. Yes, we're all retreat cost 1 here. Tournament is starting soon. How many people we got? Looks like 34 still. Is 4 tools over 3 not debatable with Skarmory? It's not debatable, no. The tools are very good cards. They make Skarmory significantly better. Play 4 of them. I don't know what the Hyper Geo is offhand, but I believe it's considerably worse. When you have first energy advantage, you see 5 cards. right? Your odds of having a tool with 4 and 5 cards is 72%. Your odds of having a tool and 5 cards with only 3 of them is 60%. You see 6 cards? Is it 6? Do you start with 5? I thought it's 4 and then 1. I actually don't know offhand. I haven't thought about it. Is it 4 and then 1? I thought you start with 4 cards. Do you start with 5 cards? You start with 5, but 1's a guaranteed basic. Yeah, but for the math purposes, you can just kind of hand wave that. Even the chatters are confused. We'll take a look at it here in a second, but it's actually even more in favor of playing 4 if you're seeing 6 cards. It's 80% versus 68%. So the extra tool gives you 12%, which is a lot. And then again, the other thing that come back in it too is not just the percentage for you to have Skarmory active early. It's also the fact that like the tools are actively good cards that win you games outside of Skarmory. All right, Weavile, Darkrai, Enjoyer. They have 2 capes to let their 140 HP Dark Pokemon survive Yanmega. Yeah, it's one of those cases where, like, accounting for 1 being a guaranteed basic and mathing in Professor's research, like, changes it slightly, but it doesn't change it by enough to, like, do the extra work to actually do it. I was trying to fit another X-Speed in the deck. If you wanted another card in this deck, it's another Cyrus, not another X-Speed. Yes, we do have helmets and Lopunnies, is accurate. Is the idea. We're waiting for my opponent to check in. They are here, yay! I think I'm officially old. I sat in my chair funny during a conference call and threw out my back. As always, please behave during the round. It would be a little bit less focused on chat. The mods will bonk you if need be. We're gonna try and focus up for our tournament match. Our opponent's playing relatively stock Weavile Darkrai. They have 1 Spirit Tomb as a 5th basic, 2 Cyrus, no Sabrina, 1 copy of Dawn for extra aggressive openers, and then 1 Potion, 1 X-Speed, 2 Capes. Yanmega is our least ideal opener, but it is at least Grass type, which is super effective here, and I do have my copy of X-Speed to pivot it out here, potentially. That's perfect. Okay. Actually, just all the things. So, in a perfect world, we wouldn't have to use the X-Speed, but this is why it exists, because you hit these leads where you don't have your ideal start, and X-Speed lets you maneuver around it. With the cape here, they probably want to scratch. Just because it means Weavile is lethal next turn. We have the Lopunny here. And now there's a question of where do I want to put my first energy? Because I'm gonna go down to the Weavile next turn anyways. So I think in the event that they have it, my best chance to win here is putting this on Yanmega to be able to clean them out that way. If I put an energy here, I'm not clearing them anyways, and if they evolve into Weavile, I'm going to die. So we're gonna need to draw. We're gonna need to draw Yanmega, but it's the line for sure here. And then they notably only have one copy of Potion. So when this Weavile clears the Skarmory, they're going to... When this Weavile clears the Skarmory, they're gonna die to the Yanmega guaranteed if we find it. This is weak to grass. I can't attack with Lopunny here because if they have Darkrai, they get to clear the Lopunny. We have to draw Yanmega next turn if they have Darkrai. That's 66% to be a Darkrai in this Pokeball. Dead to Cyrus because we missed the Yanmega. I'd like to dedicate this game to both the person who said the opponent was beat GG's on the first turn, as well as everyone who's told me Cape is strictly better than Potion. This one goes out to all of you gamers. It's painful being right so frequently. My opponent let me know in the direct message chat how good that first game was. Ah, yes. Your aggressive deck had their 5 cards, and I was missing my stage 1. Got it. What a good first game. Salt video loading. See, I always find it funny when people project on moments like that. Like, I can acknowledge that a game wasn't very good or very interesting and my opponent had a lot of things and I bricked without, like, being salty about it, right? It's just a matter of fact. Games like this have objectively bad games where one person bricks and dies. And that's fine. That comes with the territory. But that's just a factually correct thing to say. There's games that I win that also aren't very interesting because my opponent bricks and dies. Has nothing to do with the result of the game. I don't know which basic I want to lead here. It's probably this, so we could just charge this, but it's close. This is super effective into a lot of their leads. I didn't know there were people that thought saying GG was anything other than a polite nicety. I would put forward the maybe hot take that people saying things just because they're polite niceties that they don't actually mean is one of the many things I find annoying about people in 2025. So you're right. They're probably just saying it as a polite nicety. But I'd rather people be genuine rather than give me a polite nicety. I think we Rocky Helmet, and then we Splash. And then if they hit me with the swirling thing, they go down to 50. And then I can Skarmory Cape clear this next turn. If you want my opinion on something that's genuine, I think the ideal post-game nicety is saying thanks for the games because it's something that you as the player genuinely mean. And it doesn't give any subjective measurement on the quality of the game that you just played. And see, that's another interesting. This is people have such prediction. You don't want people to be genuine if you ban them. How I moderate has nothing to do with how what I expect from people or what I hope from people. Are we playing the Skarmory out here? I kind of don't want it to take damage if I can avoid it. I think we hit this to start. So that way it's at 140 through a cape, so Yanmega can clear it. The other one copy of X speed, we could maybe be in trouble. So this means this lives through the Cyrus. And then I do this. And then we jump kick here. So that way if they put this up and Cyrus this up and put a cape on it, it still dies to the Yanmega with weakness. I'm just thinking about if I want to play out any other bench Pokemon or attach the cape. I think the answer is no. And then, curiously, this was a game where both of our decks functioned, and it looks like when both of our decks meaningfully function, we're coming out ahead. Yeah, I have 2 points in a Cyrus. They're just dead. While we're on the topic of hurting people's feelings with their pre-programmed niceties, if you want what is a blistering take, I think people that say good luck at the start of a game with coin flips, that's another one of those pre-game niceties that they don't actually mean. You truly don't hope my Executor or Misty deck or Moltres deck or whatever is lucky, right? Like, it's a pre-programmed pre-game pleasantry that, like, you think you're supposed to say because it's ingrained in you, but you don't actually mean it. And sure, it's polite, but not being truthful, I think, is silly. We're a society that prioritizes, we're a society that prioritizes being polite over being honest. I think let's have a good set of games is a wonderful pre-game greeting. We were like, yeah, okay, let's have fun. I hope we have fun. I think have fun's a great one, but I think good luck is one that's almost never honest. All right, so this is 50% to be a Skarmory. Honestly, with the Yanmega already in hand, I think I'm going to research before I Pokeball because it maximizes the chance that we find a Skarmory. All right, ends up being the same. If we hit Skarmory, we were going to X-speed this out, but with second Yanmega, we'll just chill. Yo, Ghost, thanks for the prime. I appreciate it. I hit you for 40. You hit me. I hit you for 40. You hit me. You attack. I think we're just letting this lead Yanma die while we power up the back. It's not that deep. We're playing a phone app designed for children. Most people that play this game are adults that are 20 and 30 somethings. So, no, it's not mostly children, actually. Yeah, we want to keep this so that way the Nightmare Aura doesn't clean it out. They don't have any copies of Sabrina, so I don't need to play out my evolutions this turn. But it has 2 capes and 1 potion in their deck. They notably only have 1 copy of X speed, so if they want to retreat this Darkrai, they're losing at least 1 energy off of it. Okay, and now I have Yanmega plus Rocky Helmet. Was this the right line? Was I supposed to put up the Lopunny? There's no copies of Sabrina. I think I fixed my mistake with the X speed. I think I fixed my mistake with the X speed. Yeah, I think Bunny Helmet is checkmate. Lopunny has looked great in these games. I'm telling you, Bob, the more I play the rabbit, the more rabbit pilled I am. This does 140 with weakness. And they need cape plus potion for this to survive. If they have Weavile cape potion, we could die here, yeah? I do have a second helmet as an out. I don't have a second Cyrus. Cape isn't an out though, because they drew the other thing. And just to let the record reflect, I think that game that we just lost was a genuinely good game. I think there was back and forth, and we had an interesting game, and I ultimately made a mistake. So let's go ahead and pull up the tape and talk about how I could have beaten Potion plus Cape. I did not play really well. It was a good game that was won by the person who made less mistakes. So it's easy to focus on the fact that my opponent had it all there, but I could have made a better play to win the game. So let's show our mistake. And the mistake wasn't the X speed Lopunny. That actually didn't matter. So where is it? This turn. Not quite. Hold on. No, it was this turn. Okay, so let's talk about this board state. It's not even hindsight. It was simply this is why playing tournaments with chat's an incredible disadvantage. Someone in chat called out Cyrus and I Cyrus and it was wrong. So how we win this game is this turn I Cyrused the Darkrai. I Cyrused the Darkrai and took the knockout point. If I kill the Spirit Tomb, the Cyrus can kill either of these the following turn. Well, I guess actually, does that matter? Maybe it actually doesn't matter. If they have potion this turn, we still just get got? Because they don't have to evolve the Sneasel, right? They just potion the Darkrai. So was the mistake... No, I don't think Cyrus. Was the mistake not marking damage on this? So the previous turn... No, because this was active, right? I kicked this last turn. The mistake is the helmet. I don't know if the helmet's a mistake. If we hold the helmet, because the helmet, what did the helmet trigger on? The helmet triggered on the Spirit Tomb, which didn't matter. The hat on Lopunny didn't matter, right? So we could have saved it for the other one. I also, and this is a good, I want to call out a timeout I just did on the YouTube side. LOL Jeff blaming chat for his mistake. I did not blame chat. I accepted accountability of playing while distracted and pointed out that playing while reading chat puts me at a distinct disadvantage. So it is not chat's fault that I'm allowing myself to be distracted by streaming and making content while playing a tournament. But it is also objectively true that playing games while distracted means you're going to play worse. And do you see how I can both accept accountability that the mistake was mine and it was my fault for being distracted while acknowledging that chat is a distraction I'm choosing to have while we play? So that's not me passing off accountability to chat. It's me choosing to try and be an interactive content creator while I play a tournament. But it is objectively true that playing while distracted in any manner means you're putting yourself at a disadvantage. So it could both be this is the reality, but it's also still my fault. That's honestly impressive that we got that far before someone suggested I change my deck because of the result of this. I think the line was just keep attacking with the bunny. So the problem with continuing to attack with the bunny, Bob, is there a double Cyrus deck and the Yanmega has 130 marked on it. I think the correct line that we talked about here was the hat shouldn't have gone on the rabbit. I should have saved the hat for the Yanmega. And if I save the hat for the Yanmega, we end up beating their good draw here. Yeah, I think that's ultimately looking back and shifting through what happened and where the helmet play made. The Lopunny putting up to pressure the things through the cape was correct. It was unfortunate they had the cape and the potion, but ultimately I could have maneuvered around that by saving the hat for the Yanmega. We had to put the hat on the rabbit to kill the Darkrai. Only if they had potion, right? But I guess they had potion. I don't know. There's a good chance we lose this game no matter what we do. But I think the two decision points are where we put the hat and if we Cyrus. And there's a chance we just always lose to Cape and Potion no matter how it plays out. Is just a reality. They had first energy advantage, and we had to start without Skarmory, so we weren't able to pressure them. And there's a good chance they just had the Cape and the Potion the whole time, and it didn't matter. So, I don't know. There were a lot of choices. That third game was a genuinely good game. We had good back and forth, and both players' decks functioned. And they were at a little bit of an advantage because of the first energy advantage, but that's just how it goes sometimes, and that's okay. Looks like we got 10 minutes till the next round, but there's only one match outstanding. I'm going to go ahead and run an ad break here. and throw the deck list up, and I'm going to run to the bathroom. Night Stars, thanks for the 3 years. Appreciate that. Welcome back. Mr. Gnaw, thank you for the brand new Prime. No way the opponent said you almost won. They were trying real hard to be a bro in chat. I don't know that they necessarily meant malice, but it definitely came off as really, it makes me glad there are demotes in this game, because every time I have to interface with humans in the Limitless chat, it's always like humans are a mistake. Have some heads. I'll see you in a minute. I'm gonna run to the bathroom. If you're enjoying the tournament gameplay on the YouTube side, don't forget to tap the like button. Beer beep. Was Jeff assuming his opponent had Cyrus in hand? Yeah, the opponent had 2 copies of Cyrus in their deck, so they're far more likely to have a single Cyrus than they are to have a potion and a second cape. So it is 100% correct to take the line I took to play around a Cyrus and not play around potion plus second cape. Do you ever want a communication over second Yanmega? No. I want Yanmega as frequently as possible. Communication would make it less frequent. I've been playing this Lopunny deck for an hour. It's crazy how many breakpoints it sets up. Yeah, I played a bunch of games with this off stream in the last day and a half. I know we lost a close one there because our opponent had first energy advantage in games 1 and 3. But I think it's very, very reasonable overall. Last match just finished, so we should have round 2 up here shortly. We have a pairing. We're playing against Executor. Putting a copy of Lopunny to add a second copy of Cyrus is a very, very silly line of thinking. I think if you wanted a second copy of Cyrus, you probably have to give up the 1x speed, which means you're trading early game equity for late game equity, which I think is a fine choice to make, but it's not it's not free and neither is strictly optimal. Do not think you can cut any of the Pokemon from this deck, and then you have 2 flex slots because you need 4 Poké Tools and 2 Research and 2 Pokeball. So 1 Cyrus, 1 X Speed are literally the only flex slots. Now, the thing that could be worth considering is you could play Spirit Tomb instead of the Lopunny line, which takes 2 attacks to set up Yanmega killing a 160 Darkrai, but that gives you 2 more flex slots. And you could potentially make one of those flex spots like a Giovanni and a Cyrus, so that way it like gives you extra damage in a different way in spots. What makes Lopunny good in comparison to Hitmonlee? Well, Hitmonlee takes a fighting energy, and Lopunny takes a colorless energy. This deck name is absolutely Bugs Bunny in my deck editor. So, Hitmonlee is a better card than Lopunny, but Lopunny can be played alongside Skarmory, and Skarmory is a pretty well-positioned card in the metagame because it clears Execute before it can evolve. But yeah, the thing I want to try after this, regardless of the result of this tournament, I want to try cut the Lopunnies, play 2 Spirit Tombs, a second Cyrus, and a Geo. I think is a reasonable setup to have. Ash Universe, thank you for the over 2 years. Appreciate the prime. Welcome back. My opponent has not checked in yet. They've got 90 seconds left to do so. Sabrina is basically a Mario Kart item used to slow down the start. Yes, it is essentially that. Alright, 60 seconds till we get a no-show win in round 2. Then we'll play some more of the Mewtwo Magnezone deck between. That's been fun. I like this deck a lot. I played a bunch of it off stream. I am very confident that Skarmory Yanmega is really solid. They're a good mix of good cards. Skarmory is good into eggs, Yanmega is good into Darkrai. Someone asked, how long do the tournaments Jeff played usually take? It depends on how long they are. One of the nice things about these paid entry ones, because there's only 34 people playing, they'll go a lot faster than the ones that have hundreds of people because they're free entry. Alright, we have won the game due to the 2 best words in the English language, default. Let's hop on into some more with our viewer decks in between rounds. We're crunching it up with this, this Magnezone Mewtwo before the tournament started. Probably gonna play a tournament with this one later this week. It's felt real clean. Do you think this deck suffers from having 1 and 2 point mons? Not at all. A lot of the successful decks in Pokemon Pocket's current metagame lead 2 single point Pokemon and then close on an EX, which is what that deck's looking to do. Good deck building in Pokemon Pocket right now means going EX into EX or non-EX, non-EX, EX. You want to go 2-2 or 1-1-2 or 1-1-1. Those are your 3 options for how your Pokemon should be structured in this metagame. There any top-tier Lucario decks in your opinion? I think Lucario Aerodactyl is okay, but I think all of the fighting decks are really bad against Executor, which is incredibly popular right now. One is good, but 1-1-2 is statistically better for sure. So 1-1-2 is not free. The downside to playing a deck with a 1-1-2 line is that some amount of the time you're going to have your 2 as your lead, and then things will be awkward that game for you. I think we might just let Magnemite take hits here in the lead. If I put the Psychic Energy on Magneton this turn, next turn I can kill the Skarmory with Spinning Attack. And that sounds kind of great. Because this has wings and is weak to lightning. I suppose I get into trouble with this line if they have a Magneton into Magnezone of their own on the back line. Okay, no stage 1 means my line is good here. I think if they had their stage 1, I was going to be forced to, I think if they had their stage 1, I was going to be forced to evolve. I think we go ahead and put a cape on this so I don't randomly lose my Magneton to Poketool plus Giovanni next turn. That's just like one of their outs that beats me, so we might as well play around it. Wait, Magneton has an attack. Sure does. Alright, and then we're just done here, yeah? They don't have a stage 1. We're checkmating 2. They need Magneton or it's mating 2. Mating 2 it is. Boop. Quality game win without our Mewtwo. Giratina has felt very good in this deck. Gives us a solid wall to hide behind. It retreats while working well with Dawn. ticks a lot of boxes you want to tick. How can you play around Cyrus in the late game? A lot of playing around Cyrus in the late game is making decisions in the early game, such as not retreating or choosing which characters you allow them to put damage on through your retreating decisions before the swings start. You also play around Cyrus through better deck building by not doing things like leading on an EX Pokemon and then trying to retreat it to safety later. It's a good way to lose to Cyrus. Oh, you know what? They're fighting energy. Stonjourner. All right. Yeah, imagine having to plan ahead. Couldn't be Twitch chat. When will trading be available for Spacetime Smackdown? We don't know the answer to that question. They don't communicate that type of stuff in advance. Hopefully, we'll have trading for Spacetime Smackdown when the next expansion drops at the end of the month, but we don't know with certainty. Would like to see some kind of market with trading instead of our current system. So we talked about that a little bit. And just for like pointedly, the fact that you can't do all of your trading in the app and you have to go outside and touch grass to find trade partners is 100% a feature and not a bug. So one of the things that is very, very true about games like Pokemon Pocket is that people play more of them if they have a group of friends that are also playing. So the trading system forcing a social component is something they explicitly want. Yeah, Marshadow with even one Lucario one-shots Magnezone, unfortunately. I think I'm just gonna buy a turn here. I think I just wait. Because even if they... Oh, I guess if they leaf it out, the Lucario means the Marshadow clears it. I should have evolved so the Marshadow can't clear me without revenge. I was thinking the Marshadow was short, but it's actually dealing 100, yeah? So I should have put this on it. 100% should have done this. Alright, no leaf, no punish. Lovely. Bolt charge this, do this, do this. We're gonna put the hat on, so that way Psychic Sphere clears the Marshadow. Do I want a Sabrina to clear a Lucario here? I think so. Pokemon has almost always encouraged people to go out and socialize in order to get into the trading aspect of the game and gain from it. The design is nothing new. Completely agree. Really? Well, that's unexpected. I guess with the Rocky helmet, I was going to clear it with Mewtwo anyways, so maybe they figured they'd just give it up, but I don't know. I don't know what their plan is from here. Feels like they are in the zone with nowhere to go. I mean, if they would have put an energy on this last turn, it would have cleared Magnezone this turn with double Lucario. Do they have a copy of Dawn? Dawn would let the Stonegetter clear the Magnezone. I've enjoyed the Lopunny deck a lot. We are currently 1-1 in the tournament, waiting for the next round to start. Alright, so that's checkmate then. Not quite sure what they were doing here, but we're done. Magnezone is weak to fighting. Did they run out of time for Sabrina that the game put in Marshadow? Oh, that might have been the case, yeah. Could have also just been playing distracted. Maybe they didn't realize I Sabrina'd them and they thought they were putting it in after I killed their thing. Could definitely be the case. Egg is scary. I think this is maximize our chance to draw Giratina angle. So we'll research before we Pokeball. All right, and with the whole smorgasbord of polls here, I think we just do this. Obviously, things are a little bit better for us if Magnemite buys us an extra turn here, but we're pivoting into Giratina once it goes down either way. Rip. Why would you research before Pokeball? Isn't it the same? It's not remotely the same. If you research before you Pokeball, there's more basic Pokemon in your deck, so you're more likely to draw multiple basic Pokemon in that instance. Very, very important and distinct difference. Hey, thanks for the over 2 years, Eggs. Appreciate that. Welcome back. Pokemon Pocket is a completely separate experience from Pokemon TCG Online. Everything that exists with TCG Online still exists. Yeah, the research Pokeball sequencing is one of those things that's just like a really good reminder that statistics are not remotely intuitive for most people. Because it's a relatively simple concept in and of itself, but it's just something people don't put a lot of thought into, so it's easy to miss. So any Erica or potion lets them live through my side drive, which is unfortunate. No, this is Pokemon Pocket. You can always check which category you're watching on twitch.tv if you're confused where you arrived at. Would Druddigon be better? No, I think Giratina is better. That's why I'm playing Giratina. That's nice. So what's the play now? Do I truck them with Mewtwo? I think I truck them with Mewtwo, so that way I get one more charge in on the Magnezone. And then next turn we can leaf the Mewtwo out and Magnezone can finish through an Erica. Because even Erica Potion is only plus 80, so Magnezone still clears it. And then because Magnezone is self-sustaining here, we get to go ahead and put Mewtwo back to side drive range as well. Phenomenal shout out from chat, catching that it's probably correct to put a cape on the Magneton, so that way Sabrina plus a heads isn't an out for my opponent to win the game. And obviously they didn't have that sequence here, but it's worth pointing out that that's something they could realistically do. These Executor decks are typically playing 2 Sabrinas. And that's an avenue I could have played around by playing my cape out. It's a great catch. The egg matchup for this deck has seemed a lot less bad than I was expecting it to. Maybe even good. Maybe even good. Did the opponent flip heads on every one of their coins this game? I think they did. I think they did. They did. It's impressive showing for us, unironically. All right, this deck was excellent. If you're looking for a new fancy way to play Mewtwo EX, because the Gardevoir build is very, very bad from last season, this felt really clean and fun and interesting. We are gonna move on to our next viewer-submitted deck now. So I've got a few of those queued up we want to get through this afternoon, but if you want to screenshot that one or whatever, enjoy. We're actually going to work on another Mewtwo idea up next here. Got some similarities and some differences to the last one. We're playing Mewtwo Mismagius here. Mumble versus Confuse Ray. My gut says Confuse Ray is better. But it could just be my aversion to not wanting to lose to Charizard. Builder's also playing a couple of copies of Giratina. Desperately need a second full art. Sabrina. Potion. Tudon. Cyrus. When was my first ever live stream? My account is approaching 13 years old. So not quite Justin TV old, but pretty close. Should check our wonder picks for Giratina real quick here. Getting into the bratty teenage years. Yep. Yeah. My oldest child turned 11 over the weekend. Which I think that's officially preteen. Should be a fun parenting adventure from here on out. Yeah, I'll pick one of these. I can only have one of the Togepis. Your time of being cool is ending. I don't know that it's gonna end right away with my oldest. With my middle guy, we might be there already. But death to the plebs, Giratina. All right, someone else, unironically, Alex, when we started the other Mewtwo deck, someone else cheered for us to rip Palkias for it. So let's see. Assuredly, the next 20 Palkia packs contain the Giratina, right? I believe. I said one of these packs somewhere we just gotta keep ripping. That's true, you know. Well, there's a full art. Not quite the droid we're looking for, though. Alright, one more rip. That's true. For normal people, that was a pretty good set of packs. 2 EXs and a 1-star. For us creatures deep under the sea. Couldn't you craft it? All of my pack points are reserved for 2 stars. Because the 1-stars appear in wonder picks with some frequency. We're gonna play a Mismagius deck here in a second. So spending pack points on things you can eventually wonder picks a spew. Alas, our princess is in another castle. Onward, onward, upwards, backwards, forwards. Do you like the 2 stars more than gold cards? Absolutely. I think the crown rares are largely hideous. Yeah, that's true also. I'll eventually be able to trade for the 1 stars. Can't trade for the 2 stars. Oh, you know, the last match of the tournament round actually just finished, so... Actually, we need to bail on this and tap an ad break so it doesn't happen during the tournament match. So I'll throw the Lopunny and Mega deck up. We're going to play this Mismagius Mewtwo deck in between rounds. Thanks, everybody, for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. You're watching on the YouTube side. Don't forget to tap the like button. Appreciate it. Alex with the retip. Death to the plebs Giratina. All right, we're gonna kill it with fire. We'll rip some packs while we wait for the round. I would love to burn crowd rares for pack points. Absolutely. Come on, Jeff. We're not quitters. All right. We're gonna rip a bunch of packs. We're gonna find this Giratina. Ooh, I heard a noise. Ooh, that's a new one. That's pretty lucky. I'm not missing many 2 stars from this pack. Yes! Oh, baby. Oh, baby. This is our second Palkia immersive today, so we got flair for both of them. My Blastoise deck is so banger. We have 2 flared immersives now. We've got flared 2-star Blastoise. I just want a Giratina, chat. I just want a Giratina. This reminds me of the Marvel Snap Gold Splitting streams. On the Marvel Snap Gold Splitting streams, we would spend $1,000 in a day sometime. Pokemon Pocket cuts you off after spending like $100, chat. They are not remotely comparable. All right, we've got an opponent, and they are checked in. I still owe some booster packs when we get back. We're gonna be playing our tournament round here. We are playing against Dialga Yanmega, as opposed to our Skarmory Yanmega deck. First energy advantage is going to be a really big deal here. Where's my deck? I'll be a little bit less attentive to chat during the tournament round. Please behave or the mods will bonk you. Our opponent's playing Dialga Yanmega with a Mew EX as a 5th basic. We really want to lead Skarmory here. Perfect. Opponent's got a really wide spread of utility cards, but notably no Mars and no, they have no Mars, And they have no Cyrus, or no Mars and no red cards, so... Oh, wow. If they don't have a way to pull this out and we hit a Poketool, we clear it on one. Would be a huge freebie to get. I notably didn't play out this other basic because they have a copy of Sabrina that could tempo me. Oh, they do have 2 capes. Okay. Yep. Yanmega is a lovely draw. We'll put a cape on this so we get that extra damage in. This is a pretty ideal start for us whilst having first energy advantage. Research is a good top deck for them. They need their X speed or to give up their energy to pull this Yanma out. I actually have none of this Dialga, and I love the art on it, the blue background. This is probably a tank deciding on whether or not they give up the Yanma. Yep, they choose to give up the Yanma. They have a second cape and 1 potion in their deck. Not having to use our Cyrus to clear the Yanma is big game here, because it means once we tap this Dialga, we can chase it down. For those just joining us, I like to talk about things I'm certain of versus not when working on new decks like this one. In the instance of this deck, I am very certain that Skarmory Yanmega is a pretty solid pairing. I am less certain on what the ideal third Pokemon is. The bunny helps us hit some pretty key breakpoints, which is nice. This is their one and only copy of Sabrina. I'm going to play the other bunny out now so that way we can evolve a full health one. So if they have Yanmega here, they can kill Skarmory, but then we'll put up Bunnery and put an energy on here. Same difference on this sequence, right? They have the Dawn to clear, but it's not a big deal because my things are only 1 knockout point. And then they could have a cape and a potion, but I get to put a Rocky helmet on here, so that way if they have both, they still go down to my Yanmega dealing 120. And I want to put this one up as opposed to this one with a helmet because they do have 1 copy of Cyrus in their deck. So if I put a hat on here, they could Cyrus this one up and take the knockout without taking damage. So by putting this one up, I'm playing around the combination of Cyrus, Potion, Pokeball. So they need Potion plus Cape to live for a turn. And even then, we're still in an okay spot with Cyrus in our hand. There are 5 cards left in their deck, and they're through one of their 2 capes already. Cyrus and the tools definitely introduce entirely new sets of lines to think through. 100%. Thanks, Gleb. Yeah, I lost about 55 pounds in 2024. Quite a bit. We're hoping to draw a Bunny Rabbit. Bunny Rabbit is checkmate. So Bunny Rabbit is checkmate here because it lets me mark 20 damage on this back Dialga, which means they can no longer potion plus cape to live through Yanmega next turn. So we get to go ahead and jump kick here. So there is no longer a permutation of cards in my opponent's deck that allows them to not be dead next turn. And they're just gonna play like I don't have the Cyrus because they can't beat the Cyrus, and when we play it, we'll be done. Opponent does have some beautiful cards, for sure. Opponent fought that really hard. They were at a disadvantage. We led Skarmory and had first energy advantage. Definitely an uphill fight for them. First energy advantage is a big deal in this matchup, I think. Them having their Dialga first or us getting to attack with Skarmory and Open are both our ideal starts with first energy, and we had that in the first game. They tried to maneuver, but us having that advantage is a little too much for them. First energy advantage again is a big deal, like we said. And I have Skarmory in a hat, plus research. Very, very strong opener for us. What can they do to change the energy advantage in this game? So we already have good examples of things that don't want first energy advantage. Executor EX is arguably the best card in Pokemon Pocket right now, and it's a clean example of a card that wants to go first as opposed to going second. Going first versus going second being favorable is not a core design problem, it's a card pool choice. So more cards that have stage 1s with 1 energy attacks are things that like going first. Which one of these am I putting on here? I think it's Rocky Helmet, because the cape doesn't really give me an extra breakpoint on this. What are your thoughts on Dialga and Palkia so far into the set? You should check out my full EX tier list from last week. A video on that over on the YouTube side. Yeah, stage 1s with 1 energy attacks and stage 2 with 2 energy attacks are examples of designs that enjoy going first. The Yanma here is a big deal. I'm gonna evolve the Lopunny just so I don't get caught with my pants down. They are a Sabrina deck. think I just take the Cyrus knockout here. And I think because they're a Sabrina deck, I just Yanmega with a hat here. So that way if they put this up in Sabrina, if they don't have a cape as well, they just die immediately. Our draw's kind of just been absurd this game. We just have it all. This is one of those you're like, you know, we had first energy advantage and all our cards lined up. The opponent's doing their best to make some moves here, but they are pretty far behind just due to our draw going our way. Lopunny or Yanmega? I think I like Lopunny. That's close though. They only have one potion in their deck. I don't think I play out a basic here, because while it's kind of nice into Sabrina next turn, it would be bad into Sabrina the following turn. I do not have a second Cyrus here. Oh, I should have put the cape on the bunny. I wasn't doing anything else with the cape anyways, and the cape on the bunny plays around retreat, dawn, cape on the Dialga. Not playing this was a mistake. I was so lost in thinking about what I'm supposed to put up and if I'm supposed to how to play around Sabrina. Them putting that one up is real good for us. Now there's no real reason to cape. How do we lose? I don't know. I don't think we can. Technically, a potion next turn can save this from being in range of this. But I have the hat too, so it's probably fine. Yeah. The opponent played their hardest there. I don't know if they really had... Well, obviously, we can't know their cards. We can't know what their exact moves were, but our draws were just really strong both those games with first energy advantage. Let's play a game with this Mismagius Mewtwo deck between, huh? There's technically 27 minutes left in the round, but there's also only 4 matches outstanding. Which really, the real upside to these paid entry tournaments is they're smaller. We still get high quality games out of them, but the round turnover is really quick because there aren't 200 people playing. We had 34 people in this event to start today. How much was it? $4. Oh, I owe Giratina packs. All right, we'll do it. We'll do that after. Completely forgot I owe Giratina packs. We have more packs to pull. Sorry, I was just so lost. That game had so much going on in it. How does this deck ever beat a Drudigon? Lightning Energy Drudigon. Dragonite, question mark? I guess Mismagius cracks it in 2. Why do I bother to have high definition screens when I have to look at cards that aren't full art? Asking the real questions. I brought an anti-egg deck to the tournament, and shockingly, I played against all eggs. That reminded me, I had looked at the metagame for this paid entry tournament. It is, what's this? 3, 6, 9. Damn, she's fine. That's 18. It's 35% execute decks in this tournament. A lot of eggs. If you missed the meta report from Sunday, Executor and Executor decks are #1 with a bullet from the weekend tournaments. You want to see how much by? Be sure to check that out. How many Charizards to cook all those eggs? That's a good question. There's only 2 Charizard gamers. There are no Gyarados? There's no Gyarados. Interesting. Oh, we had 34 people in the tournament. The paid entry ones are much smaller than the open entry. Usually the afternoon open entry ones have like 150 to 300 people, give or take. The paid entry ones tend to be like 25 to 40. Okay, so I think we go ahead and just Cyrus this and take the knockout. And then the odds that a Draco Meteor kills one thing on the board when we Mew their Dragonite is really high. Oh, you know what? I messed up here. I should have pivoted because they're going to tail smack this to clean it. Come on, play your Dragonite. You can't resist. Perfect. Yeah, I think them not taking the guaranteed 2 was a mistake there. Dragonite players can't help themselves, chat. You don't play Dragonite to not drop a Draco when you're given the option. Cool. So, I messed up and then they messed up back. I should have switched to the Mew and finished the Zebstrika with a Psyshot the previous turn, but then they didn't tail smack my Mismagius, so it was a-okay. The opponent was interested in winning, they wouldn't play Dragonite. You play Dragonite to drop Dracos. That's true, you know. Alright, we're going digging for a full art Giratina. Let's check the Wonder Picks real quick first here. Maybe we'll get one on the cheap. No cheap Giratinas for us. Alright, what happens first, chat? Do we crack the full art Giratina, or do we get capped on spending for the day? We've opened like 6 Palkias today, 2 of which were immersive. Such a pretty one. I already have those fully flared though. All right. So I have matching. I have matching Crown Dialgas now. I'm missing Crown Palkia still though. Fun factoid for the folks at home. You can open either the crowds in either pack. So that Crown Dialga came out of a Palkia pack for us. Have to play them matching now no matter how ugly. You can't make me. I refuse. I just want a full art Giratina, chat. We're a crowd rare and 2 immersives later, and we just haven't opened the Giratina. Can't a gamer just find the 1-star artwork to enjoy? Suffering from success, yep. Ooh, I need flares on my Spirit Tube still. That's a fine pull. You never craft 1-stars, chat. Never crafting a 1-star. Trade for it later if we're still missing it. We'll wonder pick it eventually. All of the pack points are for the 2 stars. Yes! Never forget, chat, 99% of gamblers quit before they hit it big. I got a flare for one of my monkeys, too? That's exciting. Monkey. Easy game. Just don't be unlucky, chat. All right, well, we can't stop now, right? I feel like based on the variance we've had, I'm legally obligated to finish ripping the Maxo out of packs for the day. We're gonna kick over to Dialga packs though, because I want a full art Yanmega. Feels like we're due for full art Yanmega at this point. The way things are going. All right, Pokemon, you give me this full art Yanmega, you're gonna sell a lot of packs to gamblers. So I'm just saying, it's good for me and it's good for you if we hit. So push the streamer button. Oh, I needed one more Shinx for my flares. Lovely. I'm actually missing a Luxray flare too, as far as 3 diamonds go in this pack. I think we're approaching the cap soon. I think I had like 2,000 gold when we started. You can only spend 700 gold a day. I think we have 2 more 10 pulls after this. I could flare my regular Yanmegas, but I feel like I want to save those to trade down the line. It's going to be a card people will want. I like having extras to help people. Wrong Yanmega game. And the tough part is, even when I hit the pack points for it, I kind of don't want to craft one of the Yanmegas to start because I'm going to want them to match. So the goal is to open a 2-star and then craft a second matching one. We just need a little gamble variance. What's the rough gold to use? We're going to open approximately 100 USD worth of packs today. Courtesy of Hoaglandia's Whales. Oh! We have matching pet. Oh, wait. No, this isn't the matching. We have mismatched Pachirisus. Oh, no. Oh, no. It's a new one, I guess, but honestly, I'd rather not have them complete. I'd rather have 2 matching ones. The mismatched 2-stars makes me twitch a little bit. I'm going to play them, but I'm not going to be happy about it, okay? I'm going to be upset the whole time. Oh, I didn't have a Bidoof full art. Look at that. The more you know. I do think the Rainbow Patchy is the better one. I like the Rainbow one a lot. Of course we're free to play. What type of silly person would spend money on a free game? Why would you spend money on a free game, chat? That just sounds silly. Come on! Give me a full art bug! Good gravy, we ran hot on high rarity cards today. Unironically, if I don't open a full art Yanmega, I might craft the full art matching Gallade and just stay on pleb. Good gravy. Holy. For those of you who weren't here earlier, we hit a crowd rare and 2 immersives as well today. It's been like, I think we had like a dozen 2-stars, a crowd rare, and 2 immersives in our 100 packs today. We have enough points to craft a 2-star. I'm gonna sit on them. I wanna craft a matching one. I think if I don't hit I think if we don't hit the Yanmega, I'll craft a full art matching Gallade. Is the plan. All right, let's turn this extra Palkia into glue so I can have matching flared Palkias. All right. Oh, we have a tournament match. You're playing against the Execute deck that is 35% of the tournament. My opponent is here, but apparently not ready to search yet. Wait a second. Appreciate everybody hanging out today, by the way. If you're new on the YouTube side, consider tapping the subscribe button and coming back again. I'm here almost every day of the week, Monday through Friday. If you're on Twitch, don't forget to tap and follow. We're always playing the community tournaments and building and working on all sorts of new decks. We do viewer decks most days of the week as well. On top of me playing things that I enjoy inside of the more competitive events. Please behave during the tournament round. I'm going to focus up. If you step out of line, the mods will bonk you. First energy advantage is a mixed bag. I want it for Skarmory, but it's good for their egg here. Leading on Banary is not the droid we're looking for, and I don't have an X speed is noteworthy here. So I need to top deck X speed and Pokeball into Skarmory. They do also have 2 capes that can save their egg here. Yep, there's a cape. All right, so the game plan here is the rabbit takes hits for us. And we build to a Yanmega in the back. That tails means I get an extra turn behind the rabbit, which is nice. We know that they have 2 other basic Pokemons. They have an Execute and a Celebi in their hand. Noteworthy breakpoint here is that Yanmega kills this through an Erica, but it does not kill it through Cape and Potion. I think we just hope the coins go our way. So, which equipment is a big decision here? Because the hat beats Erica plus potion, but cape saves us a coin against Celebi. I think we're supposed to cape. Fuck me. I think we just lose unless their Celebi full bricks. I guess if they hit running tails here, they need another Erica to survive, which could maybe give us some grace. I kind of want to put the energy on this, but they're also on 2 Cyrus anyways, so it probably doesn't matter. Of course, they didn't have it last turn. They were 1 in 4 to draw it. I'll put the Rocky helmet on here. So that way, if they put this up and Cyrus this and hit 1 in 5, we kill them on the backswing. I should probably put the other helmet on here, too. That was close. Average variance, yep. I'm a little sad the egg decks have come out on top of this metagame because they're a lot less interesting to play into than things like the fighting decks. Gameplay doesn't have a ton of agency. And they're really good against the fighting decks, which pushes the interesting deck out of the format. Yeah, the opponent notably low-rolled a good bit that set, and we were still pretty behind, yeah. That's something that's noteworthy. Looking for a copy of X Speed. I gotta hold on to the helmet for if I top deck X Speed. Just have cape every game. Research is such a good top deck for them. I think we just take the hit. If they knock it out, then we have Yanmega ready to go. This plays around Sabrina. I'm gonna play this one out actually to play around Sabrina just to make it fully pointless. Saving this to evolve into a Lopunny could have value. Them hitting their basic here is good for them. Man, if this was a Sabrina here. Feels like we're dead. I feel bad not having done this last turn now, but I just can't know how it's going to play out right. Like, if they hit heads, I need the Yanmega ready to go. Potion and Erica both let him live here, though, so it's probably wrong what I did. I think we're likely checked. Yeah, I agree. Executor being tier 1 is pretty not great for interesting games. And the flip side of it is the things that are good against this deck tend to be pretty boring. Specifically, what are the two things that are good against it? Charizard and Gyarados are both super dry. Yes, they're a 3 basic deck, Rhino. It's the first time in Pocket's history that a 3 basic deck is super competitive. Is Infernape not good to eggs? I don't think so. I don't think you're better than a 50-50, if I'm being honest. Their deck's just more consistent than yours. Assembling a stage 2 is not good enough. You just need too many moving parts. I don't think you're bad, but you're definitely not actively good. Opponent had godly variants. That's not remotely true. They flipped a bunch of tails in the first game that we also lost. They ran pretty good that second game, but the first game they bricked a ton. All right, we're gonna play some more of this viewer deck when we get back, but we take a pause for the cause. Let some adverts roll. We're not fully dead in the tournament until we lose one more, so we're gonna play at least one more match. Thanks everybody for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. Watch it on the YouTube side. Consider tapping the like button on the live stream. It doesn't cost you anything. Helps the content reach more people. I think we're in a cyclical meta at the moment, and currently eggs is at the top. I would wager the big tournaments this weekend will see a lot of Charizard and Gyarados, so then that'll pivot. Oh yeah, I have a full Arc Giratina. Thanks for the reminder. We did pull for that. Perfection. Most of the sweeter, more interesting decks I was hoping to play in tournaments feel like they're kind of 0% against Executor, so we're probably going to narrow the range of what I'm willing to play over the next couple of days. I think the Blastoise deck is fine into it, and maybe we'll try some more Infernape, keep iterating on that. Yeah, Toadkiss's ability gets canceled by Sabrina, Cyrus, and Baby Pidgeot. Anything that switches it to your bench. I actually don't have any 2-star Mewtwo's. Did you pull a dot or craft both? Crafted one, pulled one. Speaking of Infernape. We hit one of those to flare. Oh, there's so many choices here. I love this new swirl, but I feel like doing anything other than the fire circle is sacrilege on the fire Pokemon. Like my monkey's hot. Did Jeff open anything good when I went to go get coffee? Yeah, we flared both our immersive Palkias, and, I flared both my immersive Palkias, and we hit a second Crown Rare Dialga. And we hit a Rainbow Glade, and a Team Grunts, or whatever they're called, a whole bunch of others. Did Cyrus make the game better or worse? I think Cyrus was a huge improvement for Pokemon Pocket. I think Cyrus made it so you can't lead on an EX and stall with it, but it made decks that deal small chip shots worth of damage more competitive. And I think, in general, decks that deal small chip shots are a lot more interesting to have be good than decks that are just, like, blasting you with a cannon. We got full art Bidoof too. We did get a full art Bidoof, that's true. You don't like Charizard. I think Charizard's gameplay is incredibly mind-numbing and boring. Charizard, Gyarados, and Mewtwo were all decks from previous seasons that I just really wasn't into. Need an extra coin flip if they want to deal damage here. Mismagius is ready to start getting them. Rude. I guess Dawn means we just undo that, huh? We just trade one for one here. Maybe I'll just flip 6 heads in a row. Oh, they need 7 heads in a row, right? Because of confusion. LOL. It's the dawning of the age of Mismagius. Age of Mismagius. Gonna get you one day, maybe next year. Be-do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do. This is another one of those cards that, like, feels like it's so close. There's been a couple of results with Mismagius Magnezone. This literally doesn't do anything, but I just put an energy on it, retreat for free next turn. Because Magnezone gives you a good offensive attacker that likes going first, and this likes going second. As the Berry Poketool clear Leafeon self-status? It does not. My opponent has disconnected. Oh, man. Why does this have a retreat cost 3? It has a retreat cost of 3, so that way you can't leaf or X speed it out, and you have to use its ability. The confused tweet noises as you knock out a Pidgey are very appropriate. We are playing against Executor again this round. This time they have 1 copy of Mew as a 4th basic. They notably only have 1 giant cape in their deck, though, so it's a little bit harder for them to save their Execute. I definitely think 2 capes is where you need to be in the Execute deck. Bet we'll see more people optimize towards that. Do you have a shot at Top Cut, or are we playing it out for data? Some of the 4-2s will make Top Cut. I don't know if our breakers will be good enough, but there is a chance. Where are we at in terms of breakers? Oh, our breakers are real bad. But, you know, we'll do it. Maybe we'll beat the people that have better breakers. At the very least, we'll get to play games against people who are trying to win, which is good for testing. That is not the Skarmory lead we wanted for Christmas. So, incredibly unlikely that we're able to clear this next turn. We would have to draw Research into Poketool plus... We have to draw Research into Poketool plus the other thing. Which I think the way the breakpoints line up, anytime we don't Skarmory scramble the egg to start, we're probably just behind to this matchup, which probably means this deck is not a good choice. Our Darkrai matchups were interesting and had a lot of bob and weave in them, but if we're just torched here anytime we don't start Skarmory Tool, not only do we need Skarmory Tool, but we also need them not to have Cape, which they have here. Play the other bunny out. Plays around to Sabrina, which they have 2 of. Yeah, we're not gonna, like, concede here. Like, we're not 0%, but playing this the last couple of rounds, I would bet money that our deck is markedly not favored here. I played this deck into a bunch of Darkrai and decided to submit it. The eggs matchup seems difficult to impossible. Yeah, as a Skarmory plus Cape to start marking damage, but the problem here is, and the reason why we're unlikely to be able to win, is once we clear through the Executor, the Celebi is going to likely be charged to a point where it one-shots Yanmega. Is the issue. And I guess because I played playing the 4th basic out might be wrong too. Playing the 4th basic out means that they could just Sabrina and only need 2 heads to clear instead of needing 3. Executor really did hit the lived long enough to see yourself become the villain. 100%. They are the villain. Pokemon Pocket does not use cards from the paper card game. They are all new designs. Some of them resemble things in some ways, but usually they're different in distinct ways. I don't think this matchup's likely fixable for our deck. In fact, I think if you're a fan of playing interesting and fun Pokemon Pocket decks, literally the only thing you could hope for is that there's enough Charizard and Gyarados to push eggs completely out of the format, because I think most interesting and fun decks just lose to this all the time. They're just so hyper efficient at what they do. What's my out here? I do this, and then if they don't have one of their 2 potions, next turn I could Truffle Shuffle the Skarmory back in to finish. And then the Celebi clears the Skarmory, and then maybe my Yanmega trades. Yeah. My tournament deck for the rest of the season will probably be Blastoise, Palkia. I agree. The Manaphy decks, if Executor hits tails on its first coin, the Executor decks are really solid. The Manaphy decks are really solid into it. If they miss their Executor for a turn, or they don't clear your Manaphy on 1, the Blastoise Palkia is very, very reasonable. I'm just someone who likes to play a lot of different decks or doing tournaments throughout the week, but we'll just be narrowing the range of things I'm willing to play. This is what it is. I mean, I guess there's permutations we would hear through, yeah. We just hope the Celebi doesn't get us. I don't know. That guy. Hey, we just, take our shot. Yeah, we're here. We might as well see if the Celebi does the Celebi thing. We don't want 0 heads. We need 1 heads. We wanted 1 in 5. It's actually funny. The last game came down to this too. We needed a 1 in 5 to win when we played against this deck in the last round. Zero heads twice, also fine. If they would have gotten 0 heads the first time, we would have gotten a tie, probably, because they would need another potion. 0 heads would have let you swap to Skarmory. Yeah, but that's bad into their 2 copies of Cyrus, so we wouldn't do that. That's a Skarmory and a hat. Do they have their one cape is the question. Oh, they have Mew and Celebi to lead on here. Yep. The Mew build's probably better against us then. They have no copies of Leaf or X-Speed, so it's impossible for them to attack me next turn. So I'm just going to do nothing. Is there any world where Gengar could be a finisher in an aggro deck to protect your bench against Sabrina's and Cyrus? Maybe? That's just so many slots is the problem. So, for people that didn't watch the meta report this weekend, one, you should go do that. But a really fun / interesting stat is that the Executor deck with one copy of Mew was almost 20% better in the Charizard matchup than the deck without it. So that one card difference got you a huge amount of equity there. That heads probably means we're done on the spot. Maybe we hit a cape, have a shot. And to be clear, when he says 20%, it means you go from a 20% to 40%. That's true. They're still not favored. How do you know if it's better to run Cape versus Rocky Helmet? You got to think about what damages your opponents are dealing and how those damages line up into your Pokemon. Did the tools push eggs over the edge? Unironically, I think communication was part of it. The tools certainly helped. The metagame becoming more friendly to it too. The thing you got to understand is the eggs deck is really mediocre against Charizard and Gyarados, and Charizard and Gyarados were both very popular last season. And I expect we'll have something of a cyclical effect where Charizard and Greninja Gyarados are going to get more popular again this season to like push this deck down. Yeah. We can go ahead and drop for this tournament. Much like I refused to play decks in the previous seasons that lost to Gyarados, we're just going to be done playing decks that have bad egg matchups in these tournaments. I think it'll be better for my sanity. Superior. It's a name I haven't heard in a long time. I actually don't know that Tauros is good enough. Because, like, one, it takes 3 energies, which is slow against eggs. But it kind of has the same problem Yanmega does, right? Like, with the addition of the Poké-Tools, Cape Erica Potion means Executor EX doesn't die in 2 to 120 hit anymore. Cape Erica Potion is 250. I guess a single Giovanni gets you through that, so maybe it's fine. Yeah, Tauros also just doesn't line up into a number of the other meta decks that are running around. It's really bad against all the Magnezone. Like, embarrassingly so. So if you missed yesterday's stream, I played a bunch of Infernape yesterday. And when the Infernape stuff comes together, it's really good. But the problem is it's a stage 2 that doesn't always come together. I plan to work on more Infernape, because I think Infernape is one of the places where there's optimization to be had. That's potentially interesting, but I also wouldn't be surprised if there's just nothing there long term. I think Rapidash Infernape is my favorite way to play it. How do I ever win the game from here? Non-ironic question. How do I ever win the game from here? Sabrina. I mean, this is 160. I think, as someone who just played a Skarmory deck, I think the Skarmory is going to get less good into eggs as people figure out every eggs deck should have... As people figure out every eggs deck should have 2 capes in it. I think Skarmory probably stops being a counter. I think Skarmory probably stops being a counter when people build the deck appropriately. In your opinion, is the game more or less interesting than it was at the launch of Mythical Island? I mean, it's interesting to me to hear someone kind of blame the new expansion, because the thing that's obnoxious in this expansion is like base 1 card with support, right? Like, the capes are certainly doing some work in the Executor deck, but by and large, that deck is all old cards. Oh, I just died of the... Oh, they have to flip a Confusion Coin. This is fine, right? They just miss every time. Always miss, chat. Wait, they're not retreating? I'm so confused. So are they? That's the joke. Alright, I don't think we win this game if my opponent plays it well, but... feels like they threw it away here. I think if they would have retreated this back and put the Drudagon back up, we'd have had a hard time. But now I have Eat Your Thing into Mewtwo side drive. You think they just have another Cyrus? I mean, their thing's dead on board, though. Unsurprisingly, my anecdote so far is Mismagius feels worse with Mewtwo than Magnezone did. The Magnezone Mewtwo deck felt really clean. Mismagius Magnezone has actually been putting up some results. It's got a couple of tournament top finishes now. We covered it in the new decks roundup this week. And from a theory perspective, I think that makes sense because Mismagius is a card that likes going second and Magnezone is a card that likes going first. I also like the idea of playing Azelf with Cyrus and Mismagius, which is interesting. I don't know what the other details are there. Well, I mean, technically, we can top deck Mismagius and take him to Pound Town here, yeah? I believe. Chat. This Gyarados is just going to be very confused. Snap meta update. They released a card that introduced Hella back as a top deck and about Mobius and Mobius Alliance as a good counter pick. Yeah, it sounds like Marvel Snap. A purple ghost in a dream, exactly. I love the Rainbow Mismagius. I love my matching ones. It's a shame this thing doesn't hurt itself in confusion. There was a Togekiss Mismagius deck that I wanted to give a try to, too. Someone donated for a dealer's choice build something you haven't been meaning to work on, and we might do Mismagius, Togekiss. Oh, gamers. Oh, gamers! So, you're saying there's a chance. Take a chance on me. Do-do-do-do-do. We're gonna go ahead and potion Mismagius here, so that way it doesn't die to, so it doesn't die to Cyrus plus Greninja. And then, next turn, Dawn lets Mewtwo blast him, yeah? Confusion is objectively worse than sleep. Yeah, but confusion is on cards that are better than the cards that put things to sleep or more aggressively costed, right? So, like, Mismagius is dealing 70 for 2 with confusion, whereas, like, what's it called? Expects you to, Wigglytuff expects you to have 3 energy for 80, right? Is the best comparison. So, like, yeah, sleep is more powerful than confusion, but the energy costs of your attacks are also appropriately costed to acknowledge that fact. But that type of game kind of shows one of the reasons why Mismagius feels like a card I'm interested in playing, because, like, you're basically, it's why I played a lot of Wigglytuff last season, right? Like, you're just never out of a game where that card is involved, because sometimes you're like, okay, I'm just gonna hit you with this, and then, you know, 50% of the time or 25% of the time, you're just gonna lose on the spot. Yes, you also don't recover from confusion by flipping heads is a big deal. So, like, you're just like, okay, you hit heads and you deal damage, but then you're still flipping again the following turn, right? It's not just like one coin and you're done. It's a coin in perpetuity until you retreat. Lovely lady. I was so happy to open. I'm gonna be honest with you, chat. A big part of the reason why I want to crack the code on this card is so I can play this and not feel bad about it. She's gorgeous. Unironically, this is good for me because I could double X speed the Mewtwo out into Mismagius, and I couldn't double X speed out the Giratina. I needed the top deck of Dawn. I'm loving the Mismagius as elf deck. Yeah, I should work on that one some more. That's another deck where top ending Yanmega could be okay. Just call Jeff Mr. Magius, exactly. How do you get that foil effect? That's just the default on these rainbow cards. There's no extra here. They're called rainbow arts. Mismagius, Azelf, Sigilif. Yeah, baby. Good night. So we're just like done here on the spot then, yeah? I would be really surprised if there's more to Leafeon than just clickbait fossil videos. I'll probably get around to it at some point, but not a super high priority. Yeah, I gotta be done with this one after the minimum. The Mewtwo plus Dawn stuff is interesting. I don't know. Something just feels clunky. I think I preferred, so if you're just joining us, we recorded a whole set with, where is it? We recorded a whole set with this other Mewtwo deck earlier with Magnezone, and that actually might be a tournament consideration, because we crushed the Eggs decks the few times we queued into them. Just Giratina Magnezone with a singleton Mewtwo. This also had a little bit of Dawn action going on. But yeah, I think I'm gonna move on from the Mismag build. I feel like Mismagius is not a card that benefits from the Giratina stuff, just because it's more aggressively Santa. This is a little bit more stalling. All right, we can take a pause for the cause and run an advert. When we get back, we have a Porygon Z build around request. We'll see what we can do with that. Thanks everybody for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. Watch it on the YouTube side. Consider tapping the like button on the live stream. Oh, you know what I can do, though? I need to put the other full art Giratina in here. We got Ralph Wiggum by the deck editor there. We maxed out our packs today. Opened a lot. Should we flare some of these? I have enough to flare all of these, yeah. Ooh, shiny. I have not played Mismagius Magnezone yet, but that might be the last thing we play today after this. It's on my list to get to. when the sweetest one is the cheapest. Oh, the sweetest one is not the cheapest. This will put me to 6, 5, 4, and then I can get 2 of those. It's perfect. Yes, Mismagius Magnezone has had a couple of tournament finishes. Two or 3 at this point. And from a theory perspective, there are cards that fit together well. One of the cards likes going first, and one of the cards likes going second. All right, what are we gonna do with Porygon? Combi. Combi's not a terrible idea. It gives you a shuffle on demand. So the 140, yeah. This is also a 1 knockout point attacker. We could play the fighting package around it. Like Hitmonlee stuff and use it as a finisher in that deck. It's an all right 3 stage 2 finisher. Let's try the bees. The bees let me play Shaman pretty happily too. I have flares for my bees after our packs today, too. That's exciting. All right, flares for the bees, and then we'll be on our way, huh? Feels like a hearts kind of card. I do love the circles, though. I can't pass up the circles. Oh, we should play a communication. Yeah, I like that idea. Because of the data scan. Hey, Nerd Shred, thanks for the Prime. Appreciate you to help us keep over our sub goal. Your Tuesday afternoon's going well. Oh, the sweetest one is the cheapest. Perfect. Does communication shuffle the deck? It does. Player of friends. There was a Vespa Queen Victory Bell deck that went 5-1 in one of the tournaments yesterday. It's nothing too crazy. I think it finished top 32 after its loss. Made the top cut, though. our little bee. Noteworthy Victory Bell thing is Victory Bell with weakness clears Darkrai through a Cape in 2 because it does 80-80. Which is sweet. Data scan here. I would like to communicate because I don't think I needed X speed. Well, I guess X speed next turn lets me swap this and hit them for this. Yeah, maybe I do want X speed actually. Yeah, I lied. It can stay. Look at our full art basics, chat. Isn't our board gorgeous? Gorgeous. Quick data scan, please. Don't need that. Let's go ahead and communicate. Well, actually, am I supposed to just leave Combee up? And just, like, pivot into Vespa? Yeah, maybe we'll just find a friend here. I guess we're a lot of energy off of Porygon attacking, though. That's a nice pull, because it means that the Porygon lives a turn. So they have another base egg, they just haven't played it out yet. Oh, this doesn't save for a turn because it's 80 plus 20. I think we're dead, gamers. I suppose we could, like, throw Porygon under a bus. And then next turn, we evolve and put an energy and put it up, and then we don't die except to Sabrina, and then we clear the Darkrai the following turn. But if they have Magnezone, they're just gonna power through us. Is it Manaphy Porygon? Yeah, maybe. Sure. What's your second payoff? I feel like if you're playing Porygon, you want your other payoff to also be a 1-point Pokemon. Oh, we're actually just dead to the Darkrai, right? Because this one attacks with a colorless energy, so even if we shuffle the top energy here. Yeah, that felt pretty slow and bad. Does anyone play anything with Regice? That card looks great. What does Regice do? Is that our other 1 point if we wanted to play it with Manaphy? Regigigas. I'm pretty sure Retreat cost 4 is not it. That's probably not enough. Regite should be good if it works on abilities too. Yeah, if it could dodge Darkrai and focus or Rough Skin, it would be good. You could play like Tauros, I guess. Bidoof. What's his evolution called? Bieberall. Alright. Okay, and then if we're playing those, I need a leaf instead of X speed. Bidoof does not proc Rough Skin, because it just halves it. It doesn't deal damage. If we're gonna meme, should we just play Purgly? Yeah, maybe. Alright, we want to maximize our chance of finding 2 basics, so we'll research before we Pokeball. Yeah, I think we just chill for now. Is Bidoof a meme? 2 energy, deal 90s to eggs seems decent, right? It's not. It's not. It doesn't deal 90 2 turns in a row, right? You deal 90 and then you deal significantly less than that the following turn. And then the egg deck takes all your energy away. Even with the single heads, it only has 60 HP. Like maybe if Bidoof had 70 base, so you could like put a cape on it and let it survive a couple of tails or a heads. Yeah, I like the Blastoise Manaphy deck a lot, Cryptic Ranger. I think, what's the word? I like Misty in it over Dawn, obviously. Other than that, the core is mostly the same. This is not a matchup where Tauros has Texta. Could have data scanned before the second Pokeball. No, I always wanted the second basic on it. So, we're just fully cooked. It's gonna be our last time taking Porygon Z as a deck submission, chat. It might be. This is our second or third time trying, and it's always a disaster. Yeah, the Porygon Z needed to be like 2 energy. So maybe have a shot. Yep, and then clearing that one out because they can hit the bench means that I can't activate Porygon Z next turn. I suppose this means we live, technically. I'm not dead yet! Alright. No more lightning energy for the rest of the game, opponent. It's Porygon Z against the world. You a believer, gamers? No! There's a Rocky helmet! Oh, no! The world, turns out the world wins. The world had a nice hard hat on its head. Alright, I got one more fat L in me for Porygon Z here, I think. They didn't get another lightning energy. I did not speak incorrectly. On days where I am taking viewer deck suggestions, there will be a link pinned above the chat with instructions on how to send in a tip to get your deck played on stream. However, for those that are new here, typically we fill up for the day in the first 15 to 20 minutes of the stream. Because I only take about 5 or 6 decks typically. So we try and, unless they're as much of a disaster as this one is, we typically play the decks for 45 minutes to an hour. You can only fit in so many per day. We found Porygon and Bidoof, chat. How could we possibly lose? How could we possibly lose? There's a Bidoof is right there. Please ram me so you die to Bieberl. Ram me, daddy. This is daddy, chat. He's ready to ram. I think we're in an okay spot, gamers. We have the Bieber. And this thing is 110 HP. That's so much HP. It's still dead because Magnezone is Magnezone, and they have Darkrai, so the cape doesn't save it. But that's more. I'm gonna be honest. I didn't think it had 110. Now we hit it with this. And then they Magnezone, and then Porygon Z finishes, and then maybe Porygon Z goes toe-to-toe with Darkrai. Narrator, it would not go toe-to-toe with Darkrai. But I can dream, right? Like, I can pretend that maybe we go toe-to-toe with Darkrai. Oh, my goodness. Das Bieber is here. Das Bieber is here. And they put the energy on the wrong thing? Oh, baby. Oh, baby. Oh, I should have swapped out their dark energy. It's fine. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. We're gonna win. We're gonna win. Bieber, 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 Bieber. It's cool. Nobody panic. Nobody panic. Everything is fine. We need to build 16 trainer Bidoof. Bidoof is more like it. The buggiest beam you ever did see. We gave him a lightning energy, chat. Aren't we a giver? Look at how kind we are. Giving him a lightning energy. Oh my goodness, we can actually lose this game. We're gonna lose this game, chat! Oh no! I'm so scared to lose this game. Does our deck have Cyrus in it? Does it look like The pile of cards that are currently on your screen has room to play good cards like Cyrus. What would I cut to fit in Cyrus, chat? A Bibarel? A Porygon Z? Come on now. Wait, don't make suggestions like that. Are we checking out Character Mastery and Marvel Snap? I don't know if I care. Hey, looking at the viewer counts of everybody streaming in the Snap category, it doesn't look like people are super interested in checking it out. It's a whole lot of click in. Yeah, that sounds right. It's fine. We're gonna draw our other copy of... We're gonna draw our other copy of Porygon Z, I believe. If you would have had room on the bench, you could have doofed him for 70. That's true. All right, here's a question that'll decide. The answer to this question will decide if we check out Snap Character Mastery on stream. Is there one button I can push to claim all of my Character Mastery rewards? Please answer honestly. Okay. All right. Okay, cool. It's one button per character. Okay, that's less bad than I was expecting. That's less bad than I expected. One per character. Could be worse. Listen, chat, you all were making fun of my Bibarel Porygon Z deck. But we are currently on track to beat the best deck in the format, is all I'm going to say. All I'm going to say is we are currently on track to beat the best deck in Pokemon Pocket. Their Darkrai's are doing nothing. Until Cyrus. Cyrus isn't lethal, right? They can kill one of my things, but they're only on 1 point. Nice water energy, nerd. Exactly. Bibarel and Porygon Z, with their powers combined, we have defeated the Darkrai. And honestly, this is why I mentioned earlier I'm a little bit sad that we're currently at a point where Executor's on top. Because there's so, like, it's so much easier to play jank decks against these control decks than it is to play jank decks against Executor just deleting you. Like, unironically, like, you get wins into these control things with all sorts of jank, and Executor just doesn't give you room to breathe. Oh my goodness! They could have put the water and fire energy on Druddigon and attacked us with it. And they missed the line. Imagine missing that line, chat. They put the water energy on Magnezone. Got him. All right. I know when to let a deck go out on top. Okay. For the sake of the regulars who spent $25,000 on my Marvel Snap account, I don't think I'm going to play any games, but I'm going to launch the Marvel Snap client and click through Character Mastery. I'm going to turn off the stream on the YouTube side because that's for the Pokemon Pocket channel. But if you want to see me claim some Character Mastery stuff, click over to Twitch. I'm going to do that. I'm not going to do all of them because that sounds like a lot of clicking. But I'm going to check like Mysterio and a couple of my other ones that should have a lot. I'm not doing all of them. We'll do a few. All right. We'll be back. We'll be back with more Pokemon in the morning. We're going to do some more viewer decks and play a tournament is my plan. $25,000 worth of Character Mastery. Send title.